Good morning, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, I presume. Hi, my name is Cora Kodet. I'm the Director of Community for Crossref, and it is my great pleasure to host this Crossref 2025 annual meeting this morning. And it's especially, obviously, momentous annual meeting for us because we're celebrating our 25th anniversary. And in fact, Ed will talk more about that, so I'll leave that for now. But before we move on to anything else, it would be good if in the chat you would like to say you would be able to say hello to us and maybe share where you're joining from in the world. I'm based in Cambridge, UK, which has a lot of rain this morning, so that's where I am based. Okay, without further ado, I think as we are embarking on this quite rich half day of programming of the meeting, it's good to remind ourselves that we want this meeting to be safe, respectful, and productive for everyone. And I would like everyone to be mindful of our code of conduct. Therefore, all communication should be appropriate for a professional audience of people of many backgrounds. The sexual language and imagery are never appropriate in such context, nor is language referring to personal qualities or characteristics or group membership. Please empathize and be respectful of others. Be agreeable even when you disagree. Be polite even if there is cause to complain. Do not use insulting language, harass anyone, impersonate people, or expose their private information. Be encouraging, include others in the conversation where appropriate, and value their contributions. Additionally, avoid jargon, slang, and cultural references that can exclude others from engaging. Participate constructively. Aim to improve the discussion and ensure that your contribution is on topic and helpful for others. Never post spam or attempt misleading others. Anyone violating this code of conduct will be removed from the meeting. And please send reports to conduct@crossref.org in confidence and read more at crossref.org/code of conduct. And I hope my colleagues will also be including the link for the code of conduct in the chat right now as I speak. So we already had the first day of the meeting yesterday. For those of you who were able to join it, they can assert that it was quite a packed agenda, and today is no different. So we will start by celebrating our 25th anniversary. We will then, with excellent guest speakers joining us. We then are going to demonstrate some of our tools. We hope to have a break, after which we'll come back to hear about some updates from our project and programs. Then we'll hear from speakers from the community about the highlights of their work, and we'll conclude with a panel discussion on the research nexus in the real world. So, we'll try now to say hello to an event that is happening in parallel. I am going to try and find Diana, one of our ambassadors, who has done a tremendously fantastic job organizing a meeting in Medan in Indonesia. Except that I cannot see Diana anywhere here. And no other familiar names on the list at the moment. It might be that it's one of the impersonation of Rebecca on the call. So I'm not sure. Rebecca, I'm going to just momentarily promote you to a panelist so you can tell us if this is the right user to unmute to say hello to us. I've given permissions to Rebecca to become a panelist and speak to us. Hello? All right, I think maybe we should proceed and we'll try it a bit later as again. Okay, So without further ado, and we'll try connecting with our colleagues in Indonesia a little later, I am handing over to Ed for his presentation about our anniversary.
Thank you very much, and welcome everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm Ed Pentz, Executive Director of Crossref, and I'm very pleased to welcome everybody to the annual meeting during our 25th year, because actually this is our 26th annual meeting, because the first one was in the year 2000. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time looking back at Crossref's founding, talk about our vision, and then look forward a little bit and talk about some of the lessons learned over the last 25 years. So you're going to be hearing a lot today, and we had some great presentations yesterday from Crossref staff, but importantly from our members and the community. So it will demonstrate the immense positive impact that Crossref has had and is continuing to have on scholarly communications and research. So Crossref's founding and success was not a foregone conclusion. It took a lot of hard work by a lot of people with a commitment to the mission and a willingness to collaborate and compromise. So the work that led to Crossref's founding was, So talking about the people involved in Crossref, yesterday we had the results of our board election. So every year, about a third of the seats of the board are up for election. All members get one vote, and the voting is done by proxy online. So I'm very happy to welcome back a couple of returning board members and some new board members. And so here are the results, hot off the press. So Rebecca Wambua from Kenya, and then Damien Bird from Cabby, Rose Luilier from Elsevier, returning, and our treasurer, Anjali Nawratne from Springer Nature, and Nick Lindsay from MIT Press. The last three are all returning, so congratulations to all of them. But I think that demonstrates Crossref is run and governed by our members and by the community. So the work that led to Crossref's founding started in the late 1990s. Journals had moved online, and one of the key benefits was linking references. It was very difficult to do with URLs, and the links were breaking. And so publishers got together, collaborated, and announced what would become Crossref in November 1999. And it's really focused around the practical problem of solving the issue of reference linking. There, at the start, like here, you don't see any mention of persistent identifiers, open scholarly infrastructure, the scholarly record. That would all come later. So I think one of the things actually that helped Crossref be successful, it was just like, we need to link references in journals. And then, but things were set up in a proper way that enabled us to expand. And so the service, Crossref was incorporated in January 2000, and then the service went live in June 2000. And we had 33 members at the time, and there were 1.3 million article records in about 2,700 journals, and that's where it all got started from that what now looks like a very tiny starting point. This is our first website, and it's a little dated now, but you can see here, this is our first logo. And again, the focus here is on enabling researchers to follow references and click between sites. And we mentioned the digital object identifier because that was right from the start. That was the technology that was chosen to enable the system, but it also required submission of metadata to Crossref to make it happen. But I think very importantly, while the startup phase was very focused on this practical problem of reference linking, there was a broader vision from the start. And so the Articles of Incorporation had Crossref's mission stated as promoting the development and cooperative use of new and innovative technologies to speed and facilitate scientific and other scholarly research. So it's a broad and ambitious mission from the start, and that helped Crossref to grow and expand. And then our current vision and mission is embodied in the concept of the research nexus, which is a rich and reusable open network of relationships connecting research organizations, people, things, and actions, a scholarly record that the global community can build on forever for the benefit of society. So that does tie back to our broader mission, and it goes beyond Crossref. So we have the whole research lifecycle here represented, but we also have other identifiers, ORCID, ROR, other DOI registration agencies. So it's a very broad picture. And some of this, I think, is aspirational. So we say sometimes 60% of this, roughly, is possible. The rest is aspirational because we want to bring together different parts of the scholarly record. There are still lots of gaps in the metadata. We want relationships, so moving beyond just the idea of the identifier itself. Crossref wants to be even more transparent than we already are. We want to enable multi-party assertions and community feedback for corrections. And in the AI world, evidence, provenance, and persistence are more important than ever. So that's what we're working for, but we need your help. And but the scale of Crossref today, so starting from those 12 publishers originally, we've grown to about 23,000 organizational members from 163 countries. 50% of members are based in Asia. 35% are universities or scholar-led. So that's a big shift. Those 12 publishers at the start were a mixture of nonprofit and commercial organizations, but they were large STM societies and commercial publishers based in North America and Europe. So that's definitely changed from when we were founded, and that's a very positive change. We have 120 sponsor organizations and 50 ambassadors. That's really helped expand our global reach. 174 million open metadata records with DOIs, 1.3 billion resolutions per month, and that's 94% of all DOI use, and 2 billion calls to our API every month, and that just represents the reuse of the metadata, enhancing discoverability and driving lots of other services. So lots of services rely on Crossref, and it does cost money. If you want to see a financial report, you can look back at our the annual meeting recording from yesterday. So we will be sharing slides and recordings of all the sessions in due course. But looking a little bit into the detail a little bit, we have 174 million records, but if you look at the breakdown, of course, journal articles are a big piece of that, but other areas are growing very, very quickly. We can see peer reviews. This is the idea of the research nexus, these relationships, peer reviews related to an article or a preprint in most cases, but not always. Grants started in 2020 and have really built up to 175,000 by September this year. And then preprints has been going started well before 2020, and that's growing very well. So we're expanding what we think of as the scholarly record. And here we have the relationships, the connections. This is really, really important to track as well. So preprint to article links, that's growing, but we talk a lot about matching. We have definitely a big project going on about better matching across a number of areas, including preprint to article links and article to preprint links. But retractions, we've added retraction watch data, so that's you can see the boost here, and the almost doubling of the number of corrections and retractions that we're tracking, and of course ORCID with connecting with authors. So moving swiftly on, I just want to highlight a couple of other things. The principles of open scholarly infrastructure, Crossref adopted them in 2020. That was a big milestone for us. And there were originally 16 principles, and there are now 20, and this is due to the adopters, the 23 organizations who have adopted this, reviewed these, got public feedback, extensive public feedback, and we've updated and tweaked them to be a little bit more practical. So some of the lessons learned, definitely to solve collective problems, it takes collaboration and diplomacy. You've got to bring together stakeholders to solve problems. You have to have patience and focus, and things need to then evolve over time. Being nonprofit has been essential for the foundational open scholarly infrastructure that is Crossref, but also other initiatives and organizations. Of course, they're very valuable commercial services, but to build trust at that foundational layer, you don't want anyone to dominate too much, and that's why we have one member, one vote in our elections to the board. And of course, everything has to be sustainable. You can have mission aligned income generation and a surplus for investing back into the service and having funds to weather downturns and to weather unexpected events. But when we opened all the references after adopting POSI in 2022, we opened all the references in Crossref, and Nature had an editorial where they said this was good, but it was far from enough. And they called to our community to say depositing all relevant metadata in Crossref should become the norm in scholarly publishing. We still have too many gaps in our metadata. We have a great updated version of participation reports, so every member can look and see and get reports on what is missing and what extra metadata and other extra relationships, ORCID IDs, ROI IDs for affiliations. So it's very important. I urge everyone to work with us to expand the metadata and fill in those gaps. And so looking forward, we want to continue to expand the scholarly record, more metadata. We can always use more metadata, a wider range of research objects. We're already capturing data software. Indigenous knowledge is a growing area that we want to address, and more relationships, more global. We're lowering barriers to participation. We have our GEM program, which we're expanding, and we have a new lower membership tier as well. And we want to do this with humility, recognizing that the global north doesn't have all the answers, and we've got a lot to learn. And I haven't had time to go into it today, but research integrity is a key focus for us as well. So with that, I will wrap up and hand back to you, Cora. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, yes, I suppose you can. Never mind. All right. So yes, in the meantime, we had a fantastic development, and we are now in connection, I think, with our crew in Medan. So Zulidiana, if you are able to unmute yourself and maybe show your webcam, we should be able to, yeah, to hear from our colleagues in Medan. And wouldn't that be exciting?
Okay, can you hear my voice
Oh, wow.
clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you and see you. There's a lot of you. Wow, lovely. Are you having a good event?
We have two cameras here. Hang on, I need to switch back my camera here. So you can see the audience here is about 100 something. Actually, it's about 120 for the expressions. So, Cora, do you want us to say hello? So everyone di dalam ruangan ini, please lambaikan tangannya. So you see everyone here.
Hello.
We have already several events in the morning. So we had Professor Triadi explaining about the research integrity. And then we had Maria from BKP explain about the publication fact levels as a new feature. And then the last one, we had Council Mumazan to explain about the participation report.
Excellent. That's a great program. All right. Well, you're in it for a treat right now.
I'm here also with PAMJ, the other ambassadors from Indonesia. And for the other audience here, we have already also discussed the round table about technical that they have probably a problem when they applying the DOAJ and such things in their OJS. Thank you for us. So do you want to talk to them, one of them, or I see also actually Amanda since the morning in our Zoom. Hello, Amanda.
Amanda, it was for you. All right, lovely. Oh, what's this? I do apologize. Right, okay, so you're in for a treat right now. I am going to be sharing a quick video of all of Crossref history, so I hope you're going to enjoy it. All right, thank you all. Enjoy the rest of your event and have a lovely evening when it's finished. Bye.
The sound isn't coming through for me.
It's still muted. I think you wanna.
Better?
No, I'm not hearing anything. All right. What was that?
I understand there is a problem with sound. Let me share it again. I'm not quite sure why that would have happened, but let's do that again. So once more, share it. Let's find it.
Yeah, still no sound, Cora.
Well, I'm not exactly sure how we should proceed from this. Let me go back to sharing my screen. Maybe that will somehow help. That's the final way in which I think it can be shared. For over 25 years, Crossref has existed as a not-for-profit organization to make scholarly communications better, all to help put research in context, explore our collective history, how we as an organization and our members have established an open infrastructure for research. We run the infrastructure to link research objects, entities, and actions, creating a lasting and reusable scholarly record underpinning open science. Together with more than 23,000 members in 163 countries and counting, we drive metadata exchange and support nearly 2 billion monthly API queries, facilitating global research communication for the benefit of society.
We were founded all the way back in January 2000 with just 12 members. The Crossref system then went live in June to support the collaborative reference linking service. By February 2002, we had 100 members and 4 million journal article records. In January 2003, we started including records for books and conference proceedings. In April 2004, we piloted the launch of Crossref Search, a filtering system that predated Google Scholar, while also achieving the 10 million mark on records with our 300 members. For 2006, we have doubled the number of records from 2004, reaching 20 million records. We also trialed the simple text query form, enabling automated search for DOIs of cited works already registered with Crossref. In February 2007, we held a community meeting to discuss the need for author identifiers, and this discussion eventually led to the creation of ORCID. 2008 was a year marked by innovations. In January 2008, we launched our sponsor program, supporting organizations to act as umbrella facilitators to help smaller publishers get involved. We also launched our Crossref citation plugin for bloggers in February that helped look up and insert Crossref DOIs into blogs. In June, we proudly announced the launch of the cross-check plagiarism screening service with iParadigms, now Turnitin. And we accommodated the need to offer different landing pages for the same record with the launch of multiple resolution in August. May 2009 brought about recognition from the Council of Science Editors, with Crossref receiving the Meritorious Achievement Award.
To celebrate 10 years of Crossref, we commissioned The Formation of Crossref, a short history, in January 2010. Together with other community members like Nature Publishing Group, Thomson Reuters, MIT Libraries, and the Wellcome Trust, we founded ORCID in August to help disambiguate researchers. November 2011 brought about the registration of Crossref's 50 millionth record. The Crossmark service started in April 2012, alerting readers to significant changes that may occur to published scholarly content, such as retractions and corrections, and showing publication information. In September 2013, included the first prototype of the Crossref REST API, followed by the official production of Crossref REST API in the summer of 2014. By August, we established a partnership with Wikimedia to support linking on Wikipedia to improve trust and transparency. And in October, we formed a partnership with Public Knowledge Project, PKP, for the development of the first Crossref plugin for open journal systems, OJS.
In October 2015, we launched Crossref ORCID Auto Update, supporting researchers to opt in and grant us permission to make automatic updates to their records. And later that year, we launched our new brand identity, including the new Crossref logo that is so familiar today. In November 2016, we added a schema for members to register preprints. Mid-2017 saw our new website launch, a big design and accessibility improvement. And in 2017, we launched the Metadata Plus service. In January 2018, we convened stakeholders to promote richer, connected, and reusable open metadata with the Metadata 2020 initiative, as well as starting the Crossref Ambassador Program. August saw the launch of participation reports, a public dashboard for each member to show coverage of key metadata elements in their records. And we officially hit 100 million records. In July 2019, Crossref created the grant linking system, which provided an opportunity for research funders to register grants and funding metadata with Crossref.
The last 5 years, we have encountered significant shifts in the research ecosystem and navigated the global pandemic. In March 2020, we officially made Crossmark available free of charge. In April, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, we released our first free public data file containing the metadata for 112.5 million records. In December, Crossref's board voted to adopt principles of open scholarly infrastructure, POSI, a balanced set of 16 commitments that guide Crossref's increasing transparency in governance, sustainability, and insurance. 2021 started with the launch of our new community forum for all things metadata in February to help our community share questions, suggestions, concerns, and tips about Crossref metadata. In March, we announced our first research funder joining the Crossref board, the Melanoma Research Alliance, broadening community governance, followed by the formalization of our Research Nexus vision of a rich and reusable open network of relationships connecting research organizations, people, things, and actions, a scholarly record that the global community can build on forever for the benefit of society. In July, we also began to include research organization registry or identifiers in our metadata schema. Following the Crossref board changing our legal member terms, in June 2022, all references metadata was made open and linked to the initiative for open citations. In September, we held our first community roundtable about the integrity of the scholarly record. Following on from our inclusion of ROR identifiers in July 2021, we committed to the in-house support of ROR in October 2022. Thanks to the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation, we developed an online registration form to help funders register grants in the grant linking system. It went live in December 2022. 2023 started with the introduction of the Global Equitable Membership Program, with fee-free membership for any organization based in the world's least economically advantaged countries. With our commitment to openness, we acquired the Retraction Watch in September to continue to keep the data populated and open, as well as form a more structured link with publishers to register retraction notices with Crossref. In April 2024, Crossref became a supporter of the Barcelona Declaration on Open Research Information, committing to taking a lead in transforming the way research information is used and produced in the application of open scholarly infrastructures like ours. In August, we recorded a staggering 2 billion monthly API queries. In September, in line with our policy commitments and in the move to modernize our infrastructure, we transitioned from a proprietary database to PostgreSQL, an open source one. We announced a new record registration form for journal articles in November to make manual registrations easier.
And in May, we recognized 6 member organizations with inaugural Metadata Excellence Award for the high level of metadata completeness: American Society for Microbiology, eLife, GigaScience Press, Universidad La Salle Perú, Noyan Publishers, and Boletín Geológico y Minero. In July, we announced a major milestone in modernizing our infrastructure, transitioning our core system from a physical data center to the cloud with Amazon Web Services. We had a proposal of a new membership fee tier approved by the Crossref board in July. It will be implemented from 2026.
It's the people that make this happen. Thank you to all of our staff, past but not forgotten, and present. Here are some of us together at our annual meetup earlier this year. We want to say a big thank you to each and every one of you who has supported us along the way, including our brilliant community. You are helping us make a difference. Here's to the next 25 years of Crossref.
All right. Thank you very much for bearing with me and the sound issues. Each event like this has to have a portion of technical difficulties, so I think we had a fair share already. And so without further ado, I would like to invite Soichi Kubota. I know, Soichi, you will be sharing your own slides. Yep. Here we go. Excellent. We can see your screen.
Okay.
All good. Thank you.
Can I start?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening from Japan. I am Soichi Kubota from the Department for Information Infrastructure at the Japan Science and Technology Agency. I'm happy to be here, and congratulations to Crossref on its 25th anniversary. At JST, we manage JStage, an online platform for Japanese journals, and the Japan Link Center, JALC for short, which registers DOIs for Japanese academic content. Crossref is an extremely important partner for both of these services. Allow me briefly introduce our two services. JStage is an electronic journal platform that began in 1999, which is also about the same time Crossref started. Our platform offers approximately 6 million articles and is used by around 4,000 Japanese academic society journals, of which 80% are available for free. JStage joined Crossref in 2002, and JALC started in 2012 and is a DOI registration agency just like Crossref. It has registered 13.9 million DOIs so far. Sorry. And for JStage, it is crucial to have a wide readership, which requires efficient functions for viewing papers. Crossref plays a key role in achieving this by providing essential features such as DOI registration, citation linking, and cited by linking, and metadata services. It also offers similarity check services vital for academic writing and journal editing. We show key figures in this slide. The number of DOIs and a number of citation links and number of cited by links, and also number of grant DOIs. And the last, number of journals using similarity check. As you can see from these figures, Crossref services form the foundation of JStage and JALC services. Last year, JStage formulated a new strategy aimed at enhancing published data and its dissemination that aligns with Crossref's mission. We plan to enrich the metadata and enhance platform reliability. This is no simple task, but we are committed to tackling the challenge at JStage. Our relationship with Crossref is important for our services, providing more than just functional support. Being part of the Crossref community, we gain insights into global scholarly information distribution issues, trends, and technical information, which is invaluable to us. Looking ahead, we plan to enhance our cooperation by implementing yet unused services like Crossmark in the future, as from the point of electronic journal platform. And once again, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations on Crossref's 25th anniversary. We commend your ambitious initiatives, and we are always grateful for your support. We look forward to continuing our collaboration and the journey ahead of us. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Soichi. That's very nice. And thank you for your well wishes as well. All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Nice. Okay. So I will now invite Leena Shah of DOAJ. Right. Let me just put your slides up, Leena, whilst you're getting prepared. And here you go. You should have control of the screen.
Yeah. Thanks, Cora. Thank you to Crossref for inviting us here. My name is Leena Shah. I'm the Deputy Head of Editorial. I work at the Directory of Open Access Journals. First of all, I want to congratulate Crossref on completing 25 years. And this is on behalf of DOAJ and everyone here. So a big congrats to you. I would like to start with a short introduction to what we do at the Directory of Open Access Journals. We are a directory of trusted open access journals. And I say trusted because each of the journals that are listed in our index has been rigorously assessed for their quality and for their compliance with our criteria. Once they are listed with us, journals submit their metadata to us, and as of now, we have 22,131 journals. And along with the journal metadata, we also have 11,722,586 article records, the metadata of those article records with us. We list journals across all regions and across all disciplines. We are also a signatory of the Helsinki Initiative, so we encourage research content from across all languages as well. DOAJ is an open scholarly infrastructure. It cannot be bought or sold. We are committed to openness, diversity, and accountability. As Ed has mentioned earlier, we have also adopted the principles of open scholarly infrastructure. We adopted this in 2022, and we have recommitted to this in 2025. In addition to that, we also collaborate with other open infrastructures, such as we are the authors of, one of the co-authors of the principles of transparency and best practices. We are also one of the founding member organizations of Think Check Summit. So our collaboration is, the mission of our collaboration is to drive change towards an open and transparent culture. So what do you do with all the metadata that we collect? What happens to it? Our open metadata is widely used in discovery services and aggregators like OpenAlex, Web of Science, Scopus, Google Scholar, and so on. It's also flows down towards search engines, popular search engines like Google, Yahoo, Bing. It's also used in AI solutions such as ChatGPT, in library discovery systems and library portals. All our metadata is open to use, to reuse, and to distribute. Some of it is also integrated into tools such as the Planus Journal Checker tool, the Open Access Journal Recommender from Bison, Open Access Journal Finder, and so on. We have a strong partnership and history with Crossref. So the two organizations, DOAJ and Crossref, signed a memorandum of understanding in 2021. This was subsequently renewed in 2024. Many thanks to Crossref. They were a financial sponsor for the DOAJ Turns 20 event, which we celebrated in 2023 to commemorate our 20th anniversary. Along with other partners, we have also collaborated with the Crossref to create PLACE, which is the Publishers Learning and Community Exchange. This was a one-stop shop for information that publishers could come to if they were looking for information on best practices for scholarly publishing. In addition to that, we have also, the Memorandum of Understanding has also provided support for resource-constrained journals, especially with assigning DOIs and depositing metadata with Crossref. We also have a close collaboration between our support teams at Crossref and help desk at DOAJ. This helps publishers and journal editors to navigate through the services that's provided by both the organizations. We also did a gap analysis of open access journals in DOAJ. This was a joint project, and we found all the open access journals in DOAJ without DOIs to help them overcome the barriers of getting a persistent identifier. We also show support for open access publishers and open metadata. One of the ways we do that is we support the Crossref XML, making it easier for publishers to upload metadata to us. We are also working on support for low resource publishers and resource constrained publishers by ingesting their Crossref metadata into DOAJ. We would also like to work on importing open reference metadata from Crossref to supplement the article metadata that is already available in our records. And in the future, we would also like to boost our DOAJ metadata using the Crossref API to enhance the metadata that we already have using maybe specific metadata fields and build out the DOAJ metadata as well. So as Ed has already mentioned, DOAJ and Crossref, we are both committed to the principles of scholarly infrastructure, which is a set of guidelines to govern and run and sustain these kind of organizations that provide open scholarly services, open scholarly infrastructure services. I'm happy to say that we have not only recommitted to this in 2025, but we've also contributed to the latest iteration, the POSI version 2.0 that was released earlier this week. And yeah, we hope that our collaboration will continue further as we go ahead. So with that, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Leena. That's great. Okay, I'm going to hopefully take over the control of the slides now. Right, so thanks so much. And obviously, we've been partnering with DOAJ for a number of years now. We have an active partnership right now as well. And our communities do overlap, so it's lovely to hear from you and from your perspective. Thank you very much. And so now I would like to invite Susan Murray, the Executive Director of African Journals Online. Susan will be sharing her own slides, so I shall stop sharing now. And hopefully it will be easy enough. Good morning, Susan.
Good morning or good day or good evening, everybody. Thanks very much. I'm going to be sharing my screen in a sec. There we go. Super. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to have a brief chance to address everybody in the celebration of Crossref's wonderful achievement of 25 years. Congratulations to you all. Firstly, I'm going to talk about what is AJOL, for those of you who may not necessarily be familiar with the work we do. Apologies for some dense screens ahead. AJOL is a bit of a strange beast. We are a nonprofit organization, and we exist to increase global and continental online access, awareness, visibility, and quality and credibility of African published peer-reviewed scholarly journals of all disciplines. We also started officially in 2000, but it was run as a project by INASP in Oxford in the UK, and handed over to Independent African Management in 2005. So we really regard that as our start date. But like Crossref, our longevity in the sector has stood us in good stead, and I think become an important service both for the continent and globally. At the moment, we have 905 journals on the platform from 40 different African countries. Depending on political definitions, there are 54 or 56 countries in the African continent. We aren't yet comprehensive, including all journals that are published from Africa, but our long-term aspiration is that we are. And there are, for example, last year, 45 million downloads from all over the globe. We've recently had to institute some big blocks against AIs, trying to reduce the numbers that are users of the site to actual human beings. So we include all models of journals, but primarily open access and increasingly diamond open access, which we advocate for. We work for the equitable participation and inclusion of African researchers and African scholars in the global discourse. We provide various different services that are necessary because we work obviously in the continent that has the most least developed countries on the planet, and resource scarcity in terms of technical capacities and familiarities. And we kind of fill the gap between subject-specific experts that run the primarily standalone scholar journals that we work for, and the publishing services that are needed to allow their standing and credibility for authors, researchers, librarians, and so on all over the world. We do this for the global research community and to serve the common good, and obviously in that way our ethos is well aligned with that of Crossref. We also have an assessment and learning tool for African published research journals, and a few country level journal online platforms in other parts of the world, and that is called the JPPS. It is not a binary in or out assessment of journals. It is kind of an incremental thing according to a framework that we've set out and grouped various publishing practices and standards together in 6 different categories, and that is working quite well. I've provided the website there if anybody is interested in. Here's a brief list of the types of things that AJOL does, mentioning the JPPS pre-assessment to our journal partners. We provide reports back to each of the ongoing journals, and we use it for applicant journals as well. We've got a large waiting list. We always have a large waiting list of journals who apply for assessment and inclusion to the platform. I'm not going to go through all of the different kinds of things that we provide. We do work with only free and open source softwares, and are based on OJS amended open journal systems software primarily, which is augmented by our software developer. You will see highlighted there in red, for the purposes of this presentation, we provide free digital object identifiers to our partner programs who choose to take that up. And we provide assistance with registering them and do that on behalf of the journals, many of which would be unable to manage that process themselves and certainly not able to necessarily afford them, although obviously Crossref is attending to that aspect of things as well in its services and approaches. So Crossref and AJOL go way back. For the sake of brevity, I'm not going to detail the entirety of the relationship that we've had, but it started in 2009, and I have there a little extract from an email from Ed. Thank you, Ed. Informing us that the board then unanimously approved the proposed arrangement with AJOL in order to assist us with depositing digital object identifiers for low and middle income countries. That has proved absolutely vital for AJOL as a small organization to provide this service to the continent's journals feasibly and sustainably, and was a real game changer for all of us. I was then very honored before COVID to be elected by the Crossref membership to serve on the board for 3 years, which was a wonderful experience and which evidenced beyond all doubt the degree of energy, caring, thorough approach of Crossref to its services, the extent of awareness of the role that it does play in the global scholarly infrastructure, deeply mindful as an organization of its moral duties to serve its members, and without exception, it has been an absolute pleasure to deal with all of Crossref's staff members over time. I do have to say that I, as a board member, don't miss the massive reading packs that we used to receive before meetings, book length, so thorough. One of the past staff members of the management team actually who compiled reports to the board included cartoons in several places, and quizzed the board during meetings to make sure that everybody had been paying adequate attention and read all of the materials, which I thought was a wonderful, humorous way to ensure the board's deep engagement with the materials and Crossref's progress. We have come sort of full circle in terms of the relationship between the two organizations, because we now have somebody from Crossref on AJOL's own board, Ginny Hendricks. Ginny's efforts and energy, constructive approach is much appreciated. And AJOL obviously has done various different events with Crossref in order to support our service to journals across the continent, webinars and so on. We certainly plan to continue that in future. Crossref has actively been reaching out to us in that regard to assist. We also have aspirations to expand more formally into POSI and so on, So we've grown from 6 full-time staff members to 9 recently. Do have a look at AJOL's new team. The link is on the bottom left of our website. It's going to be a complete game changer for us, and the new AJOL team members will be reaching out to Crossref and the world, particularly from 2026 onwards. Crossref's assistance, as I said, has been absolutely critical. I'm wrapping up very soon, to AJOL, in order to provide these sorts of services. And again, congratulations on 25 years of superb service for the whole world, and many thanks to all at Crossref.
Thank you, Susan, so much. That's great. All right, I am now going to share my screen, and we are officially moving to the task-based part of this meeting, and we will now embark on some tool demonstrations. I believe, Patrick, you will be our first presenter. Is that correct? I'm going to give you the controls.
Thank you. Yes, that's right. So hello everybody, my name is Patrick Bell. I'm a senior front-end software developer at Crossref, and I'm very happy to welcome you to this demonstration section of today's meeting. So to kick off, we have 3 tools or 3 demonstrations that we'd like to show you today. The first of all, which has been already mentioned, is our new participation reports interface, and I will be demonstrating that. We will also demonstrate new features in our record registration form. Leena is unfortunately unwell today, so I will demonstrate that to you as well. And we will wrap up with a data storytelling journey from Montilla, also from Crossref, using the Crossref API. So moving on to our first tool demonstration. So participation reports is a tool that you're probably or hopefully familiar with already. If not, hopefully this is a useful introduction for you. It's been a very popular tool which we and our members have used since 2018, as was mentioned in our 25-year review. So what's the purpose of participation reports? I'm attempting to move the slide, but it doesn't seem to have moved for me. Cora, can I check? Are you seeing the participation report main slide or the what are they slide?
I can only see the main slide. Okay, well, let's try it again. And if it,
there we are.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Always a technical hitch in any demonstration. Good to get them out of the way early. So yes, what are participation reports? Primarily, they're a tool to learn about what metadata is recorded with Crossref, a way to track the progress of metadata record richness improvement over time, and a way to compare how a member's metadata coverage compares to other members, to peers, and to find ways that maybe they can collaborate to find ways to improve metadata coverage overall. And to dive into a bit more detail, why did we develop them? Again, to meet best metadata practice, it's a really useful tool to show people and show members what metadata they're sending to us. Sometimes it's not clear what metadata is being sent, or people aren't sure what's possible, and they're a really useful tool to show what's available, where people are at, and how they could improve. So to find out what metadata might be missing, and any areas where they could improve coverage. And I think it's also a really easy and accessible way to view metadata coverage for anybody at any level of any organization. It's a really easy and straightforward interface to use, hopefully, to find out how a member is doing and what differences could be made. So moving on to what's changed. So first of all, we have in what we're calling version 1.2, a new technology stack. So participation reports has been with us since 2018. It's not that long in software terms, but certainly in front-end software, that's quite a long time. So we've modernized the technology stack. We had already added some extra features, for example, raw IDs into the original version, but it was proving a little difficult to extend. So we've re-implemented it in our preferred Vue.js technology stack. We've also added support for a new content type. So we had many requests to support grants. We now support grants as a content type. We also support actionable data. So we show you the data in the report, but we also now allow you to download that data in a format that you can then take and go and use to directly improve your metadata. I will now not jump to the next section, but I will attempt to share my screen. So bear with me while I do that. Ensure I choose the correct participation reports window. Great. Hopefully you can all see my screen and you can see me starting off to locate a member. So this is the main participation reports interface. You'll probably be familiar with this if you've used it before. We've tried to keep the bits that work well and only improve ones that we really need to change. The first thing to do when you use participation reports is to search for a member. So in this case, I will search for a member, the University of Szeged. This will be familiar to anyone who's used it before. We're keeping the main useful elements. This is a view of this member's journal article coverage. That will be the default item to come up will be the content type with the most records. So in this case, that's journal articles for this member. You can see the coverage of the key metadata metrics, so references, abstracts, ORCIDs, and so on, and how many of those records, what percentage have coverage, including those metadata metrics. You can also change the date filter. So if we look at this date filter section, it's currently set on current records. That means anything in the last 2 calendar years. You can also change it to all time, or you can change it to the back records, which is anything prior to the last 2 calendar years. We'll keep that on current records as that's the most common choice. So I mentioned that we'd added a new content type. So to show you that we can also support grant display, we'll pick a member that's likely to have some grants registered. So we'll pick welcome. You can see here, this is the same kind of interface, but this is showing the metadata metrics that apply to this content type. So applying to grants. Again, we can choose a different date filter. And if we look at all time, we can see there are considerably more records registered than just the last 2 years. So depending on what you're using the tool for, you may find it useful to use current records or to go for an all-time view. I'll just go back to the University of Szeged to show the other features that we have. So as in the previous version, you can still change which content type you're looking at. So we can, for example, change the conference papers or books, and it will show the data for that content type as well. I'll just go back to journal articles as that's the largest number for this member. So the other thing that you can do in the new interface, which we've had many requests for, is to download a report so you can access which DOIs are missing certain metadata fields and then integrate that into your workflow and take action directly. That's achieved by clicking the Download Gap Report button. This will show up this modal window, which allows you to choose which metadata fields you're interested in. So, for example, we might choose ORCIDs and raw IDs. We have convenient selectors if you just want everything or nothing, but in this case, let's focus in on ORCIDs and raw IDs. Again, you can choose which type of record you're interested in. So we'll stick with journal articles here. And again, you can choose the time period. We would default this to all time because it seems that most likely people would want to receive information about records registered at any period, but you can filter that if you wish to. So if I click the Download Gap Report button, it will now go off and request from our API live all the metadata records for that record type, which are missing the fields that we've requested. So in this case, ORCIDs and raw IDs. And that you can see is hopefully just downloaded to my browser as a CSV file. We've gone with CSV as a very accessible format. Just to show you what that would look like in practice, this is that precise report that I imported into Google Sheets earlier. It's a very simple format listing the DOI, the date that that record was created, and the field that's missing. So in this case, we can see there are ORCID IDs, and if we spin quite a long way down, we can see the Aurora IDs as well. And had we chosen more metadata fields, then that spreadsheet would have shown them further down as well. You can get up to 5,000 records in this report download. If you require more records than that, we can provide that, but you would need to request that directly from our support team. But hopefully 5,000 is a good number to start with and to start making improvements to your metadata coverage. The other thing that I can also show you in this interface, which is perhaps a little frivolous or fun, is that we've implemented a dark mode. So the observant among you may have noticed this little button up here, which is a light dark mode switch. So this is a kind of fun extra to the interface, but I think also there is a more serious kind of accessibility side to it. Some people find a dark format interface is much easier to work with, or if you're doing it at a time when it's darker outside, it can be a more convivial interface to use. The functionality is exactly the same. You can still download gap reports and do everything else. It's just in a different style. So that's in there as well. And I think that concludes the demonstration of participation reports. I will jump back into the Zoom chat. I'm going to stop sharing my screen briefly so I can see my Zoom controls and check if there are any questions that are lurking in the chat. I'm sure my helpers have been busy answering them as well.
Oh, we haven't had any questions for the participation report so far. So
fantastic.
Also, if anybody has questions for Patrick or anybody else in the demonstration session, please don't hesitate to put them in the chat or in the Q&A box, and we'll find the time to read those out and answer online or by email if we don't get to them in the meeting. All right. Patrick, would you like to proceed?
Yes, please. If we carry on with the next tool, there are a couple of slides. If you're able to present them, that would be fantastic. And I see I have slide control. That's great. So yes, so our second demonstration today is new features in our record registration form. As this was mentioned before, record registration form is our latest interface for registering metadata records. As you may be aware, there are a couple of ways that you can register content with Crossref, register records with us. Depending on the way that you generate your metadata and what your existing systems are, you may be using HTTP post, or you may be using one of our helper tools. These helper tools have proliferated over time as we've needed to support more content types and more workflows. But kind of realizing this, we decided to create a single unified interface for all of our record types moving forwards. And that's the one that we're extending now and putting our focus on. So that's what I'm going to be demonstrating the improvements to today. So another live demo, there's a link there on the screen, and I'm sure somebody will put that in the chat shortly as well, if you want to try it within your own account. So I will endeavor to share my screen again. Hopefully you can see it's probably still participation reports. Let me pop off that onto the record registration form. So if you've registered records with us by hand recently, you've probably used this form already. This is our latest interface and the one that we'll be extending going forwards. So the first thing I can probably do is to demonstrate creating a new record. And I'll pick a journal article. We also support grant records with this tool. So the first thing that I'll do here is to generate some test data. So I'm going to just call this a test record. Apologies if my test data isn't particularly interesting. And there's a demonstration DOI from one of our test prefixes that we can safely submit. And we'll add in a landing page as well. And we'll also add in, so focusing on the key metadata fields, we'll add in, that's a contributor. Let's say that it's me. And we'll also add in a demonstration ORCID. I can also show that this form has some built-in validation to it. So one of the main reasons that we wanted to create a more flexible schema-based form was so that we could have more complex validation. And this is one of the ways that we can help people by ensuring that the data that they're sending to us is correct before they even attempt to generate the XML and ship it to us. We can also look up an affiliated organization from the Research Organization Registry. So I'll link myself to Crossref and my role will be fine as a first author. You can also add abstracts with this tool. So I will simply add a test abstract. And you can also set the publication date. We have support for article numbers and page numbers if you wish to add them. We also have support for funding information. Again, I will add in some demonstration information and a dummy award number as well. You can also add license URLs, similarity check URLs, and references. So you can add in, I hope nobody is really typing in DOIs by hand very much, but you can add in DOIs or unstructured references as well. So and that will be matched by our system on receipt. So I'll go to the next page. So this is one of the new features that we've added, which is a way to easily select journals that you've already submitted into. So in this case, this is all the journals that, using my test role and my test user credentials, I've submitted content to in the past. So I can click one of these and it will autofill. You see we have a little pop-up telling us that it's been autofilled, and it will pull the ISSN, print ISSN if it exists, and the title, and automatically fill out the form. And we're hoping that that's a really useful and easy way of getting to previous journals that you've submitted to without having to look up or remember ISSNs and other data directly. So the final step of registering an article with this tool is to review the metadata. I always find this useful when I'm about to submit test data to make sure I'm submitting things I intend to. And again, with live data, it's a really good way of looking through and just checking that everything is as you expect. And if you wish to change anything, you can simply jump back into the form and make changes and they'll be reflected live within this view. So having done that, we can submit the record. And we'll see that it does show actionable errors. So this is telling me that I can't modify records for the prefix because I got the prefix slightly wrong. And this is a useful demonstration to show that when you do receive an error, you can take action. In this case, you can go to the documentation directly, or you can resubmit it. So because I've submitted records already, I'm going to understand that that's a no understandable failure, and we expect that problem. So I'm going to move on to the edit functionality. So we'll move on to the new edit feature. So this is a view which shows you all of the records that you've submitted using these credentials and listed in date order. So here's a example field, an example record that we can look at. So having clicked on the record, it will pull the data from our system and pre-fill the form for you. So you don't need to re-enter the data if you wish to change it. We can see the same data as before, so we could change this to a different article title. The DOI and everything will be as you submitted it previously. You can make any changes that you wish to. Often we find people add references or make corrections to contributor or affiliation information. Again, you could select a different journal if you wish. That's probably less likely in this situation, but the option is there if you want to. The process then is the same: to review the metadata and then to submit it finally and deposit the metadata. And we can see here that the record has successfully been deposited. So we've sent our edit through and it's gone through correctly. When you receive this information, you can choose to start a new submission. So if you wish, you can start a new submission in the same journal, in the same issue, if you added issue information as well, or in a new journal. So that's just an easy way to restart the process if you have more records that you want to submit in the same journal in a row. And with that, I think that concludes the demonstration of the record registration form extra features. We hope these will be very useful and will help people move on to this tool as we sunset Metadata Manager in 2025, the end of 2025 this year. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I think we have one final slide that just confirms the next steps. Thank you. So yes, the next steps for record registration are to add relationships. So, for example, has translation, but we wish to add the most commonly used translations, so it's possible to add those to your records as well. We are going to sunset Metadata Manager at the end of 2025, and hopefully these new features will really assist people to migrate onto this new tool and find it as or more useful than the previous one. And we're also starting work on adding forms to support other work types, starting with books and chapters. And with that, I will quickly jump onto the chat to see if there are any questions that I can usefully answer live.
Yes, there has been a few questions actually. I think one is responded to on this slide already. Rebecca was asking whether you can register monographs with the form.
Yes, that would be a new content type to support in this tool that we would, yes, indeed, look at supporting as we create new work types in the future.
All right, thank you. And there's another question here from Nadia. Will future versions of the participation reports include analysis of metadata quality trends across regions or journal types to help members assess their progress? In some regions, such as ours, I presume Nadia's, access to certain integrations like ORCID remains limited, and is that taken into account in the evaluation?
So that's a very good question. I think in the new version of participation reports, we're still presenting the same metrics as before. That sounds like the kind of reporting and kind of nuance in the data reporting that would be very interesting to look at, and I would think that might be something that our data science team might be able to take a view on or look into. So I think that's very useful feedback, and yeah, we'll definitely put that to our data scientists going forward if there's a way that we can present that in a useful kind of visual manner.
All right, thank you. And there is a question here. Do you recommend adding ORCIDs for old Crossref records?
Somebody else might be able to answer that more accurately than me, but I would, my assumption is that if you have metadata that's missing from a record and it's accurate and correct, then metadata should always be added to a record. So yes, ORCIDs, raw IDs, anything at all. If you know it's missing, definitely add it in, and hopefully this is an easier way to do that now.
Exactly. All right. And
just to add quickly there as well on ORCIDs, I think Ed mentioned in the introduction the ORCID auto update service, where if one of our members adds an ORCID ID into the metadata, we can, with the author's permission, add the fact that they've published that item into their own ORCID profile, which is a really nice service actually for your authors. So as well as improving your metadata by adding the ORCID IDs and just creating another metadata point to help your content get discovered, it can also be really valuable for your authors. So it's a nice, author service as well.
Thank you, Amanda. All right, there's also a comment more than a question here that there's a pity that there's no possibility to search by DOI on the DOI to edit list yet. Is that on the radar for the, I presume, for the registration form?
Yes, we're very aware of that, and we are working on that. We'd really like to add that ability to search by DOI and pull that metadata in directly. So yes, we're very aware of it and working on it right now.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Patrick. Are there any more questions about the participation reports or the record registration form? Okay, I've been alerted there are some questions in the Q&A box. Okay, it doesn't display for me properly. Okay, fine. A question. Oh, two questions from Frederick. We'll try to do that. First of all, can I find all submitted metadata in record registration tool? I think maybe that is the question we've just answered about being able to browse by DOIs, that it is not yet possible, but it is a feature that is already being in progress.
Yes, I think so. And I think the Q&A questions are probably best answered with some more context. So I'll probably take those and answer them directly in the Q&A box. Fantastic. In which case, I think that concludes the demonstration of the record registration form, and I'm very happy to hand over to Louise Montilla for our data storytelling journey.
Thank you, Patrick. All right, and for the last question, can someone using a web deposit form simply switch to record registration? The answer is yes, so long as you're looking to register journal articles or grants, and other content types, as Patrick said, will be coming shortly. So thank you very much for all the questions. And now off to learning about data storytelling with Louise Montilla.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Today I'm going to share a short story with you, but more specifically a research story. And I'm going to show you how we can use our REST API to uncover this. Next one, please. So you saw at the beginning of today's sessions a couple of very interesting numbers about the scales of Crossref. I'm sharing here again a single number, which is in itself impressive, the total million of records that we have. But I always find it useful to have other numbers to draw comparisons. For example, here you can see the number of records that you can find in our API is more than 3 times the number of song records that you can find in the Music Brains database. And also it's about 25 times the number of articles in the English Wikipedia. Next one, please. But of course, this bunch of numbers might sound like a massive recollection of information without necessarily a particular pattern out there. And I also like to draw comparisons here with our dot-to-dot booklets that we often give in our events in person. Next one, please. But also similarly to those drawings, where once we have a clear question in mind, what might seem like a random nose actually might contain a very surprising or even exciting pattern. In this case, this short story that I'm sharing with you, it's an example that we presented this year at the workshop on open citations and open scholarly metadata in Turin last May. I'm not going to enter into many specific details about the code and how to do this. I will be happy to share the links and code in the chat later. But this is going to be just a brief overview of what the job involved. Next one, please. This is probably not a surprise for any of you, but this is also not so subtle not to encourage you to explore what is available in the REST API. For that specific conference, what I did was to collect member metrics of contribution to the different metadata that you just saw in the participation reports. And then with this, I was exploring patterns in terms of large spatial scale and regions of the world. Next one, please. So in this case, this multicolored plot that you can see on the right side of your screen is one of the main results that we got. This is showing you the regions of the world where our members come from. But also the interesting thing about this work is that because we should expect that these numbers naturally change over time, the idea was to develop a sort of workflow to explore this data regularly and also basically have a data pipeline in place to make it easier to update this, repeat the analysis with updated metadata, with updated data in the future. Next one, please. So in this case, these are the, oh, no, 2 slides. No, yes, there. Exactly, that one. Thank you. So I'm showing you here yes, exactly. Thank you. The main steps of the pipeline, right? There are a couple of scripts that retrieve the data automatically. Yes, we are still there. Perfect. Thank you. So we are basically retrieving the data automatically using a couple of scripts. Once we have this downloaded data, we are enriching it with country and regions of the world information, basically adding a couple of extra metadata, and then we proceed to clean and visualize this. In theory, this sounds like a straightforward process, but the plot that you can see on the bottom right of the screen is a section of the graph representation of the pipeline, right? So in this case, I built this pipeline using the targets R package. This is a software, well, a code language that it's very useful for data analysis. And I also took advantage of the continuous integration that we have available in our GitLab that is making this specific dataset available on a daily basis. Next one, please. So what you can see here on your left, it's a very specific capture of a random member, just to show you basically how it displays the different percentages of contribution and coverage that we just saw in the participation reports, but we are getting here the raw numbers. Just a second. So basically, of course, if you go to our REST API, I'm adding you here the link that you can use to send a query. You can just explore members in general, or if you have your member ID in mind, you can just add it there and then explore your own numbers. Next one, please. And then with the rest of that information, well, basically we proceeded to start analyzing and plotting everything. In this case, I'm going to share in the chat the extended version of the poster, which is this interactive notebook that it's not only displaying these plots and different graphical representation of the data, but also explain in more detail what was the original research question, the introduction, a detail about the methods and the statistical analysis that we did, and a couple of interactive plots that, like what you're seeing here, it's a different version of representation of the participation reports in a way. Perhaps this is also related to the question that we just had in the chat. This is the kind of things that you could just start doing when you start playing with the data. So as you can see here in the plot that you have at the right side hand, it's a radar plot where you can see the different key metadata fields that we are sharing there in the participation reports. And then you can just explore the different tabs to see what are the average contributions of our members in the different regions of the world. So yeah, I will share shortly the code so you can explore that. And with that, I will conclude this very short story, and I will be happy to answer any question that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. Yes, so I think this was quite interesting. Do we have any questions from anyone? Let's just leave a couple of minutes to make sure that people have the time to ask. All right, well, I don't see any questions forthcoming, which means that we now can announce our long-awaited break. So here we go. We're going to take 10 minutes to step away from our screens and hopefully refuel or check on email or whatever people want to do in the meantime. And I'm hoping that we'll see most of you back here for our upcoming updates on some of our projects and programs. And later on for community highlights and the concluding discussion panel. So yeah, let's have a break. Okay, so it's 10:45 in my time. I think it's 9:45, therefore, UTC. As per the slide, well, I should have used that to remind myself. So I hope we're coming back, and we're about to start talking about programs and project updates from Crossref. So I am hoping that we can now have Johannsen Obanda to give us an update about the Ambassadors Program.
Thank you.
All
and
right.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah. All right. Great. Yeah, I can move my slides.
Perfect.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much. And for the next few minutes, I'm going to be sharing about the Ambassadors Program. Our Ambassadors Program started in 2018, and and we have incredible volunteers. This year, we have 50 ambassadors representing 38 countries, 4 new ambassadors, and as well, we have an increase in the female representation of ambassadors. We have 19 now. We hope that could get better to achieve also maybe a good balance in the representation and diversity of our ambassadors. Our ambassadors are trusted contacts, and they work within our communities, within their local communities, to share updates. They run training sessions and also give us feedback or insights about the communities that they are representing. This year, we had 41 activities reported, and those took the shape of trainings, webinars, events, and translations, even a few feedback on tools and services. But we also had ambassadors taking part in our metadata sprint, as well as a metadata advisory group. So ambassadors engage in different ways that they find or that align with their interest and their background. Our ambassadors' background span publishing, research integrity, library science, as well as open science advocacy, and they are a great extension of our team. From all the activities that the ambassadors took part in from late last year up to today, they reached out to about 1,200, with each activity averaging about 30 people or organizations reached. Great, and this slide shows the spread of our ambassadors. They're from the West, the United States, all the way to Australia. We have, so we have, in some countries, we have multiple ambassadors due to the number of members that we have in those countries, but we also have ambassadors serving in countries and supporting regional countries as well, or representing Crossref and regional events within their locales. So this slide shows a couple of events from late last year up to today, a couple of events that ambassadors took part in. So ambassadors being in the different countries, we try periodically to bring them together in regional events. And then we have from our left side, Beijing International Book Fair, and also co-hosting with a number of ambassadors, the Crossref Accra event earlier this year, Guadalajara Book Fair, and as well Crossref Quito in Ecuador this year. So ambassadors really supporting in planning for those meetings and as well as executing or even co-presenting during those meetings. Some of our ambassadors are based in the GEM countries as well, support in creating awareness. Some members or some potential members in these GEM countries don't know about the existence of the GEM program, and they do that by providing workshops and visiting institutions, visiting librarians, and sharing about the program with them. And as well as conducting metadata health checks, even in the local languages. We had Indonesian ambassadors. We saw them earlier today, and then as well as our ambassador in Turkey, and also our Brazilian ambassador supporting with other webinars. And so being able to present and to present about Crossref services and provide support in local languages is a very great contribution of the ambassadors to the ambassador program, as well as representing Crossref in regional events. I talked about these already. So ambassadors would take part in conferences to presenters, and sometimes join sometimes with our Crossref staff or sometimes by themselves, and provide great support to the community there, answer questions and share feedback as well with us. So I would like to really thank our ambassadors. These are ambassadors in Africa, our ambassadors in the Americas, Latin America, or South America and North America, our ambassadors in Asia. So in Asia, we have the most number of ambassadors. Yeah, you can see some, you might be knowing some of them already, but I'm sharing in the chat a link to our ambassadors, so you can meet our ambassadors. These are ambassadors in Europe, and we have only one ambassador in Australia. Yeah, and so we really want to thank all the participation of all of our ambassadors in making community outreach even better, and as well supporting their communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Johannsen. Okay, well, and thank you to all of our excellent ambassadors. We do meet you at various different events, but most of the work you do remotely in your own time, and it is hugely helpful, obviously, to Crossref, but we also hear a lot from the community who are benefiting from the advice. So thank you again for your great work. And now we can come and invite Amanda to talk to us about the work and progress in the integrity of the scholarly record.
Great stuff. Thanks, Cora. Hello, everyone. So I'm going to talk a bit about the role that Crossref plays in supporting the integrity of the scholarly record. In Ed's introduction, he reflected on the importance of research integrity, and the integrity of the scholarly record is really a key part of that. So to start with some definitions, we'll start with what we mean by the scholarly record. So outputs of the research and publishing process create what's known as the scholarly record. So that's evidence and context to help assess the integrity of both the scientific and the publishing process. But it's a lot more than just published outputs. It's also a network of inputs, relationships, and contexts. You'll have heard us talking quite a lot about the research nexus, and that research nexus is really key to provide all of that input, relationships, and context to give a really clear picture. And the more rich and comprehensive the Crossref records are, the more context there is available for our members and the whole research ecosystem to help assess and interpret those published outputs and where they sit. And in order to ensure we have the fullest and most complete scholarly record available through our Crossref infrastructure, we deliberately keep barriers to entry to Crossref low, because it's important to get metadata about as much published content as possible available and shared with the global ecosystem. So we run fairly limited checks on new members, and we certainly don't look into the quality of the content or the scientific process. And we provide a fair amount of support for participation. We have the sponsors program to support members who would otherwise be blocked from participation. We have our global equitable membership program, and you'll see a link in the chat if you want to find more information about that. And we've also been taking a look at ensuring our fees become more equitable through our RCFS program. Cora presented on that yesterday, but I think there's about to be a link in the chat if you'd like to find out more about that. So our aim is to get as many organisations as possible as Crossref members and providing their metadata and making it available. Once those organisations are members, we can help support them to understand around publishing practices and how they can reflect through their metadata their publishing practices. Our first approach is always training and support for our members. But if we do end up with a member with questionable practices, there'll be clarity about that in the metadata that the community can take and use and interpret. So in summary, our role in preserving the integrity of the scholarly record is really focused on enriching the metadata to provide fuller and better trust signals while keeping those barriers to membership and participation as low as possible to enable an inclusive scholarly record. And as we said, an important distinction there is that we can play a role in assessing legitimacy, but definitely not in quality of the content or the scientific process. So there's a few different ways that we aim to do that. And we actually have an ISR project running at Crossref, bringing together activities from a lot of our different programs to really focus on supporting the community with ISR. So one key area is helping members to register these trust signals, whatever route they use to register their metadata with us. So coming soon will be the ability for members to register relationships using the new record registration form to start providing some of that wider context to explain how their published content fits into the bigger picture. Our next schema 5.5 will have the addition of credit vocabulary, again to give more context and information about the contributors. And we're also planning to make it easier for members to register crossmark metadata, giving fuller information about things like withdrawals, retractions, etc. We also want to make sure we're highlighting to members where metadata is missing, or perhaps they're no longer meeting our member terms. So we just saw a few moments ago, the new participation reports has a download feature where members can actually download a CSV showing their metadata gaps and also giving them the ability to fill in those gaps. We've also started working with our data science team, programmatically checking for members who have unresolving DOIs. And we're contacting members who have a large percentage of unresolving DOIs to ensure that gets fixed. We're also hoping through that to work out a bit more about how that happens, what causes these unresolving DOIs, to see if there's more preemptive support we can give to members to stop these DOIs becoming unresolving in the first place. We also want to make sure we can help the community use and interpret the metadata. So you will have seen that we recently added retraction watch data into our API. There's going to be a link shared to find out more about that. And also Luis has been providing a lot more information and training for members, the wider community, scholarly sleuths on how to use our API to pick out these trust signals. And again, there's a link being provided in the chat to our API Learning Hub. Now, we get a lot of reports coming in from the community about our members' activities. And some of these seem very obviously part of what we do. Organisations registering DOI records for content where they aren't the publisher. Fake DOI-like strings, unresolving DOIs. But we also have items that it's not really clear whether it's within Crossref's role to work on AI-generated content, hijacked journals, fake editorial boards, delays in manuscript reviews. So to help with that, we want to make it clearer to our members what good practice looks like and respond to that more clearly when they're not met. So we recently changed our member terms. They went live in July 2025 to give us the capacity to share with members member practices and also a clearer membership revocation process if members aren't meeting these practices. Obviously, our first response is always to work with members to improve problems and fix mistakes. But if the worst comes to the worst, we do have an option for membership revocation. And we're getting in support from the community to create these practices and to help us investigate community reports. So getting in support from scholarly sleuths, research integrity experts, members, etc. And I just wanted to close by just giving a shout out to the scholarly sleuths who are out there tirelessly working in the world. We've done a lot more work with that group over the last couple of years, and we just want to appreciate the work that they've done and also the support they've given us in identifying these member practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. And so now I invite Dominika to tell us a little more about our technology. So Dominika, you'll have control of the slide momentarily.
Great, thank you, Cora.
No problem.
And hello, everyone. My name is Dominika Tkaczyk. I am the Director of Technology at Crossref. Yesterday we had a session about one part of our technology team, data science. Today I would like to zoom out a bit and take a broader look at the entire technology function at Crossref. Well, obviously much can be said about the role of technology in today's world in general. I'm sure you will be relieved to hear that I have no intention of doing any of that. At Crossref, our technology team combines infrastructure, software development, and data science. And the goal is to simply take care of the Crossref system, modernize it, and prepare it to support global scholarly communication in the long term. And I think there are really two key aspects in this short definition. First, technology is not really our goal in itself, right? The goal is to support and serve the global scholarly community. And among other things, we are doing that through technology. Second, we are here for the long run. We're not just thinking about today, but about what we need to do today so that the Crossref system is in great shape for years to come. One very important theme of our work that helps keep the system in good shape in the long run is system maintenance. Now, maintenance is one of those topics that may feel a bit boring. It's often neglected or ignored. Today, I would like to break the cycle a little bit and bring a bit of glory back to system maintenance. I would argue that when we talk about open scholarly infrastructure, maintaining it is in fact our primary responsibility. Much like we need to properly maintain our roads and bridges to ensure they're safe to use, we also need to maintain our scholarly infrastructure so that it continues to serve the scholarly community and the society. After all, you wouldn't just leave your house uncleaned for years and expect it to stay functional. And scholarly infrastructure is pretty much the same, just on a bigger scale. I can tell you that a lot of effort goes into maintaining the Crossref system. It was fairly easy for me to list all of those different things that we do regularly, beginning with responding to incidents through bug fixing, adjusting the system to schema changes, and re-engineering the system to make it more stable and efficient in the long run. This last example deserves a slide or two on its own. To better prepare for the future, we first need a good understanding of our current situation, and especially the limitations of our system. In our case, we are dealing with the consequences of some foundational assumptions built into the Crossref system years ago. These assumptions were that journal articles are the primary research outputs and that our members are the only source of metadata for our system. Today, these assumptions no longer align with how we view the scholarly record, and they significantly limit our ability to move towards the research nexus vision. On top of that, we are also dealing with a largely monolithic, tightly coupled system architecture. We can fairly say we have two monoliths, the so-called content system and the REST API. Over time, they've accumulated complexity, expanding far beyond their original purpose. Each now handles a wide variety of functions with different needs and characteristics. This architecture makes maintenance, scaling, and expansion difficult. Adding new functionality often requires workarounds, which increases complexity and technical debt. Even day-to-day maintenance is tricky. Any change to one internal component can affect multiple others, making bug fixes and updates delicate operations. It is also useful to understand better how the Crossref system should eventually look like. Broadly speaking, our goal is to better serve current community needs while also enabling the Research Nexus vision in the future. To achieve this, we will need a more flexible, loosely coupled and scalable service architecture, something that will allow us to integrate various data sources more easily, in addition to the data provided by our members. Our system will need to support enrichment workflows so that we can automatically add new metadata and relationships discovered, for example, by metadata matching. We also need to be able to maintain scale and resource components independently. Issues in different parts of the system should be addressed based on the individual needs of those parts, rather than being constrained by a monolithic structure. And finally, the system should support large-scale modern processing and analytics. Switching from a monolith to loosely coupled service architecture is a big move. How can we re-engineer, say, 100 components closely tied together? Well, similarly to how we can read 100 books and not feel too overwhelmed by the process, simply by dividing this task into smaller pieces and reading the books one by one, slowly becoming closer and closer to being an expert in some topic or some author's creative works without even realizing that that is happening. And even if there are some dependencies between the individual books, we can employ some basic strategies. For example, we could look up when every book was written and read them in that order. We could first divide them into smaller series and analyze dependencies between the books within series separately. We can start from a random book, read it while ignoring anything that is less understandable because we lack the context, and simply get back to it later once all the context is clearer for us. We could also start with the most impactful, groundbreaking book to quickly get the overall context and style of the author. And very, very similar strategies could be employed in the case of the Crossref system. And perhaps most importantly, as always with big and long tasks, it is very important that we enjoy the process itself. And personally, I have every intention of doing exactly that. And we've already started this process. My colleagues shared some exciting progress updates yesterday and earlier today. And I would also like to mention a few. A few months ago, we migrated the system to the cloud. We are also redesigning our workflow for incorporating metadata from a retraction watch and making that metadata visible in the REST API. This is an example of one additional data source. A few months ago, we launched the matching project with the goal of building a scalable and more streamlined metadata matching service and moving all existing matching functionality to it. We are also rewriting the generation of DOAJ resolution reports to use a modern large-scale data processing approach. These examples represent some fundamental changes that will make it easier for us to keep moving in the right direction in the future. And of course, none of this progress would be possible without our technology team. And I'd like to use my last slide to simply thank them for all the work they've already put into maintaining and developing the Crossref system. And of course, thank them in advance for all the work I'm confident we'll deliver together in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominika. Very good. I love the beautiful maintenance section. It is true. It is often a little unloved, so I'm very glad that we're going to enjoy it all the way through the process. Okay, so with the thanks to our technology team, we can now move on to hear more of our community highlights. And this section, I would invite Martin to be chairing.
Yeah, hello everyone. It's great to see so many people here today. And this section is specifically called Community Highlights. But if you're here and you're on this call, you are part of our community. And I think everything that we've heard in today and yesterday is part of the kind of community highlights. But yeah, here we're going to hear from 5 of our members about their journey with Crossref, how they're using metadata, and what their contribution to the community is. And it's my pleasure first up to invite Hans de Jonge from NWO, the Dutch Research Council, to share something about how they're using and depositing metadata with Crossref.
Yes, thanks, Martin. Great to be here, and congratulations to Crossref and the entire team with your 25th anniversary. It's great to be here and an honor to be speaking to you today. Very briefly, so indeed, Hans de Jonge from the Dutch Research Council, and today I'm going to present a bit of work that I've done together with my colleague Bianca Kramer, which I think will be on the next session of today. Basically, what we have done is do a little bit of research into completeness of metadata into Crossref. Lots has already been said about that. But is there a relationship actually between the manuscript submission systems that publishers use and the completeness of metadata into Crossref? Let's see if I can. Yes, I can use the controls, I think. So as I said, we have done this work together. We have already also shared this work as a preprint, but maybe it's good also to say that this has not yet been reviewed. We are very open to comments from you, from the community, about about our findings and reflections. The reason for our study is this graph that you may all know. So we all know that Crossref is a very important source of open bibliographic metadata. This graph shows the enormous increase of various metadata elements, but it also shows that actually from the 6 metadata elements mentioned here, none reaches the 100%. And if you see at the next slide, then you will see what we all know, of course, that there's quite some variation in the extent to which publishers actually deposit metadata to Crossref. This is an example of a graph showing how publishers perform with regards to funding information, a topic which is of particular interest to me as a representative of the Funding Council. And here you see that some publishers perform very well, sharing metadata for almost all their journals, but there's also still a very large group that doesn't deposit this information, this data to Crossref at all. So that's basically the background of our reason for why we did this research. Next slide shows it's maybe stating the obvious, but of course we know that the technical capacity of publishers to capture and retain metadata throughout their production workflow is of very high importance, of adamant importance to the completeness of their metadata into Crossref. We also know, of course, that publishers operate a host of systems, so submission systems, hosting platforms, and all kinds of other systems that all need to be very much integrated. But we also know that manuscript submission systems are a very important part of that chain. On the right-hand side, you see a picture from a workshop that we had with a big group of publishers, where we discussed the collection and submission of funding metadata in particular. And the blue dots represent where publishers felt there were barriers or challenges in collecting this metadata. And what you see is that that concentrates towards the beginning of the metadata creation. So indeed, the submission system seemed to be a very important place where at least the author originating metadata is collected. Next slide. So what we did is collecting information about the submission systems of the 153 major publishers in Crossref for the years 2023-2024, and we looked at 6 metadata types: abstract affiliations, references, funding information, ORCIDs, and licenses, and the 4 most used submission systems. And our question was, is there some relationship? Do we see a pattern between the percentages that the publishers attain and the systems they use? Next slide. And these are the results that we come up with. I can't go into all of them, but what you see here is what I think are called violin graphs per metadata element. And I'm going to explain one example. If you do one click, yes. So this is the graph for the affiliation metadata. Every dot represents a publisher, and they are grouped according to the submission systems that they use. And basically what you can see here is that all major submission systems seem to be capable of capturing affiliation metadata, but even within, so even between publishers using the same systems, there are differences. And publishers that deposit affiliation metadata for all their records, or for none, or for something in between. And we have come up, for all these metadata types, have come up with possible reasons why this metadata doesn't reach Crossref in the end. So there may be technical issues, and metadata gets lost downstream when the data is transferred into other systems. It can also be a matter of implementations. We know that these submission systems are highly customizable, so it may very well be that publishers just don't provide the opportunity to fill in affiliation metadata. Or it can also be, of course, policy. Metadata is collected, the system is able to collect it, but it is not deposited in the end to Crossref because it's not seen as a priority. We're open to feedback from the community. We have already heard from quite some publishers that think this is a very interesting findings, and that it invites them to go and talk with colleagues that use the same systems to see how they can improve their workflows. On social media, we have also received other reactions from, in this case, Ivo Verbeek and Yvonne Kampens, the people behind the OA switchboard, that say, well, that's very interesting, but we don't actually think that the metadata that we see in Crossref is originating from submission systems. Actually, what they are saying is that they think that most of the metadata in, or even all the metadata that we see in Crossref is collected much further down the production line and not during submission. I think that's true for some metadata elements, but maybe not for all. and we are very interested to hear what the community and especially publishers think about this. And with that, I want to hand back to Martin. Thank you.
Great, Hans. Thank you very much. That's really, really interesting insights into how the metadata gets to Crossref. We'll move on with the next talk, and I'm delighted to invite Audrey Kenni from the Pan African Medical Journal to talk about her history with Crossref metadata. Audrey, over to you.
Thank you, Martin. Just hope you guys are hearing me well.
Yeah, we can.
Thank you, Martin. Congratulations to Crossref for completing 25 years of existence. I'm Audrey Kenni from the Pan African Medical Journal. I am here to present to you the PAMJ's journey to visibility with Crossref. Please, next slide.
Are you able to progress them yourself with a little black panel at the bottom? Yeah.
So the Pan African Medical Journal was created in 2008 with a clear vision to give African researchers a voice. The goal was simple yet ambitious, to allow Africa to make its own contribution to global scientific publishing. And that's why we often say that PAMJ was created for Africa. It was a bold and very necessary in sure African research could be seen, heard, and valued on the global stage. But like every great story, our journey began with challenges. So in 2008, PAMJ received only 19 submissions in 4 years after having hit 200 submissions per year. So this made us realize that to attract more submissions, we should make sure African researchers were aware that there was a platform available for them to share their work. So in other words, how could we make PAMJ visible, more visible? To increase our visibility among researchers, and that we should work on making articles more discoverable online, because discoverability brings visibility, and visibility, and that marks a very turning point in our journey. So in December 2020, in December 2012, PAMJ made a strategic decision that completely transformed its trajectory, which was joining Crossref. And thanks to the assignment of DOAJ, easier to trace and discover online. For the first time, readers could easily find PAMJ published article online, and the visibility brought by the DOI assignment, researchers to find articles, reading them, citing them, and soon after starting to submitting their own work in our journal. And the impact was the impact was immediate. 1 year after joining Crossref, we received more than 300, and that is over 100% increase. And to date, we have grown up to 300% increase per year. But as everyone knows, growth always comes with challenges once again. So greater visibility came with greater responsibility. And as submission increased, we began to face ethical concern, notably plagiarism, double publication, and other ethical issues that could threaten the journal's integrity. So we had to act. And once again, Crossref appeared to be the partner with the similarity check service. By subscribing to this service, we strengthened the quality control process. And this software, because this software compares a manuscript with millions of others in its database to detect possible similarity. And this helped prevent plagiarism or double publication. And thanks to it, PAMJ is able to maintain credibility. So to conclude, I must say that joining Crossref has greatly increased the visibility of PAMJ. And from a small journal emerging in 2008, PAMJ has grown to become one of the best journals in the continent, in the African continent, and we are counting now 3 journals. Today, PAMJ is across Africa and beyond, and submission comes from amplifying Africa's voice in scholarly publishing. Despite the challenges, especially financial ones, PAMJ continues to improve and prove that Africa has a strong voice in global scientific research. Our journey with Crossref will still continue. And this partnership, in this partnership with Crossref, we've gained visibility and credibility. And now we have a purpose to bring more African voices, especially from Francophone regions, into the global Crossref community. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Audrey. That's a really, really fascinating story, and yeah, we wish you every success in the future as well for expanding this vision. It's really great. So we can move on to our next speaker now, in a different part of the world, Nurul Mohd Noor from University Malaysia Terengganu. Nurul, I hand it over to you.
Just to confirm, can you all see my screen clearly?
Yeah, we can see you and we can hear you perfectly well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, happy 25th anniversary to Crossref. Hello everyone, my name is Nurul and with me today are my teammates Azlan, Natrah and Aisha. We are from UNT Press, University Malaysia Terengganu. Thank you for having us. I am very honored to share our Crossref journey with you. Now, I would like to share a brief overview of UNT Press journey throughout the years. Our story started in 2003 with the establishment of the publishing unit, marking UNT's commitment to scholarly publishing. In 2007, we were rebranded as UNT Press, setting a new direction for academic publishing at UNT. From 2007 to 2023, we went through a phase of growth and consolidation, broadening our publishing scope to meet the needs of diverse readers. With more than 2 decades of excellence, UNT Press remains committed to strengthening its role as a leading university publisher. Moreover, joining Crossref in July 2020 was a major milestone for UNT Press. This move demonstrates our dedication to worldwide scholarly standards by making sure that all of our publications are readily discoverable and appropriately indexed. Now, let's take a look at the history of journals published by UNT Press. We currently manage 6 journals across diverse disciplines. Our first journal is JSSM, established in 2000C. It is indexed in Scopus and Web of Science, Zoological Record. The journal focuses on environmental and biological sciences. JBSD is indexed in the Malaysian Citation Index, MyCite, and covers business and social sciences. UMTJUR is also indexed in MyCite. Its scopes are in social sciences, arts and humanities, and science and technology. GML focuses on maritime logistics. GMSI focusing on mathematical sciences and informatics. Both GML and GMSI are currently being reviewed by MyCite, and we are waiting for the outcome. And most recently, Pentz was established in 2023. The scopes are on environment, energy, food security, and future food. It is currently not indexed in any database, but will be applying for MyCite indexing next year. All right, next, here are the 2 methods for activating DOI numbers. First, via web deposit form for 2 journals. Second, the OJS plugin is another method UNT Press use to activate DOIs for its 4 journals. This method lets us register DOIs automatically from our system and save time. In this part, I would like to show how we display the DOI number in our publications. The DOI number is shown on the first page of the article depending on the layout of the journal. It is located after the author's affiliation and also in the header, making it easy to cite. On the right side, you can see how the DOI is also included in the reference list. This is called reference linking, which lets readers access the source article directly and gives proper credit to the authors. And now we will explain the benefits of having DOIs for our publications. First, each article is assigned a permanent and reliable URL. The DOI link will therefore always direct visitors to the proper article, regardless of changes in the site address. Second, it improves the visibility of published works, making them easier to find and read by readers and scholars worldwide. Thirdly, DOI makes citation monitoring possible, which let us measure the impact of our study and how it contributes to the field. Finally, DOI registration makes sure that our works are indexed and accessible through a variety of academic databases by disseminating publishing metadata extensively among intellectual ecosystem. The use of DOIs enhance the long-term visibility, discoverability, and credibility of UMT Press publications. Moving forward, GSSM showed clear improvement after integrating DOIs. The impact score increased from 0.25 in 2014 to 0.87 in 2024, and the Scopus site score rose from 0.3 in 2012 to 1.5 in 2024. For record, we have successfully deposited 1,338 articles from 2020 until 30 September 2025. We believe the benefits of DOIs will enhance the performance of another 5 journals. In conclusion, Crossref services have helped UMT Press grow and be more visible. Our papers are now more credible, visible, and globally connected. Thanks to DOI registration and metadata integration, we highly encourage fellow publishers to fully adopt Crossref. Lastly, we would like to express gratitude to Crossref for their continued support throughout our journey. Looking ahead, our future vision is to continue strengthening UMT Press role within the global scholarly community. We may consider broadening the types of content registered with Crossref like books and conference proceedings, depending on their relevance and alignment with our publishing focus. This expansion will allow us to further enhance the visibility, accessibility, and credibility of UMT Press publications. This brings us to the end of our presentation. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Noor, thank you very much for taking us through the history and growth of UMT Press. It's another fascinating talk, and interesting that you're thinking about other types in the future, which we may ask you about in the Q&A at the end. Just a reminder, if you have questions for the speakers in this session, we'll do some Q&A after all of the speakers have spoken. There's 2 more, and you can put them in the Q&A box in Zoom. So we'll move on now to Achal Agrawal, who's going to talk about postpub. Achal.
Hello everyone. I hope I'm heard. I'm audible.
Yes. Yeah. Perfectly well.
So,
yeah. Thank you.
Right. So I'm presenting to you postpub. So postpub is something that Crossref metadata has enabled. So it's a dashboard where we give retraction statistics. So country-wise and institute-wise retraction statistics. It's a project supported by Catalyst Grant at Digital Science. Right. So while doing this, right, we realized that the metadata of the retractions, right, the institution strings are not unique, right? So every institute could be written as different affiliation strings, right? So this is a classical problem of institute disambiguation, and we were trying to figure out a way. So we checked Crossref and Dimensions, right? If they can help us disambiguate, and the results for India were not very encouraging. So we thought, is there any method that we can develop to help disambiguate the institutes better, right? So what I'm presenting to you is our work on institute disambiguation, which is basically finding out all the different strings that a particular affiliation has, right, and matching them to make sure that different strings of the same university are matched together, right? So the statistics are cleaner, the integrity of data is better, right? So current solutions right? Most of them are based on string matching, right? So you have, let's say, two strings, right? Let's say you have, Indian Institute of Technology, India, and you have IIT India, right? So this is one is an acronym, the other is the full form, right? Now a lot of things might look at string matching, so they can also create the abbreviation from the long string and do some matching. So most of the current solutions, they use string comparisons. Even the Crossref solution developed by Dominika and Adam Bittrick, it uses some form of string matching, right? It also sometimes uses, right, expert rules. So we know, for example, that some strings start with Department of Mathematics, comma, and something, right? So the Department of Mathematics not really the affiliation. So you can use some rules to clean those out. The current solutions, they use that, right? And I also found out that low middle income countries, right, like India, China, and Asia and Africa, have less coverage because the institutes are not registered in our registry, right, or in their database, right? So usually the matching is quite bad in these countries, right? So our solution, right, it is completely unsupervised, and that is a jargon for data scientists to basically say that it does not require any manipulation from your side, right? So we just take the data as it is from Crossref. We don't have to clean the data or put our heads and change the rules, right? Remove those department of things. We do nothing, right? We just take the dump of data from Crossref, right? And then we use the fact that author and affiliation, when they co-occur, right, that signifies something, right? So for example, I am, let's say, Achal Agrawal. I can have in one paper I can write postpub, in other I can write postpub.net, right? Now these two are the same things, but so if I do that, right, this algorithm will say, okay, postpub and postpub.net, right? Both of the papers were written by Achal Agrawal, right? So it is probable that these two are the same institutions, right? They're two different ways of writing the same institution. So that is the logic being used, right? So yeah, the author is the context, and we use that to match the different affiliations the author might be using, right? So that is, the basic logic. I'll not go into the computation details right now, right? To visualize it more, right? So the logic is quite simple, but to implement it, right, and to make sure that it works efficiently, right, we have to create an algorithm, right? So firstly, we create this author affiliation matrix. It sounds complicated. It's nothing but authors in different rows and universities in the different strings in different columns, and we just put the numbers, right? So let's say author 1 has 2 times he has mentioned University A, that string. So we put 2 against that number, and then he has mentioned University B, and University B could be just another form of University A, right? And he has written that once. So we put those numbers, right? We just take the data from Crossref, create this matrix. This is a very simple step. Then another simple step is we just put a binary mask, right? So 2 becomes 1, 3 becomes 1. Everything, it's either 1 or 0, right? This is to make sure that this for noise doesn't affect too much, but yeah, that is too much jargon for you guys. Finally, the most important thing which we create is this thing called co-occurrence matrix of university. So different strings, right? What are the times? How many times do they co-occur? Right? Co-occur means the 2 different strings were written by the same author, right? At least the author of the same name, right? So we do that calculation, and we see, let's say, for example, that few universities co-occur more often than the others, right? And then we use that to create a graph, right, where we connect the different strings. So here, for example, University A and University B, right, they have connection of 1, right? So then we show them as connected, right? And University C is not connected to either A or B, so it is not connected to both of them, right? So of course, this is a simple analysis, but we use something known as threshold. I'll show you how that works. Right. So these are the results that we have seen, right? This was using 50,000 papers metadata from Crossref from India in this year, right? So that is not a that is about 2 to 3 months of publications from India. What you see here is basically a cluster, right? So once we did the graph analysis and we put the threshold greater than 3, which is if 3 authors, right, have used the 2 different affiliation strings, right, separately, right, these 3 different authors, then we'll say, okay, these 2 affiliations might be the same, right? So it is quite a big threshold of 3. So this is the result we see for one institute in India called AIMS New Delhi, which is like a famous medical science college in India, but it has, so many different ways of writing that same name, right? Now, with threshold 3, we saw some error that some other branch. So there's AIMS New Delhi, and AIMS Rishikesh is another city, right? And that branch also comes here, right? And we also have AIMS Jodhpur. There are two kind of bunches of error. The good thing here is that error also clusters together, so it's easy to cut it off, right? To remove that error instead of looking at it one by one. But we see that there is some error when we use the threshold as 3, right? When we move to threshold as 4, right, which is a slightly higher threshold, we see that there's no error, right? So AIMS New Delhi, all these strings are for AIMS New Delhi, right? Of course, we see that the number has decreased a lot, right? From so many strings to much fewer strings, but at least the confidence, at least the precision of this is better, right? The recall for data scientists is not that good if you use greater threshold, right? This is to show that a different branch, right, in a different city has a different cluster altogether, right? Yeah, I'll clean up soon. So AIMS Bhubaneswar is another city, and this is clustered separately, so we don't have to do it manually, right? It can take a lot of time to figure out which are the different branches. Here it automatically clusters separately, so that is one nice thing. And then future improvements, so we can have bigger data sets. Currently, we are constrained by the TPU, the memory, right? So if we can have bigger computing resources, right, we can treat bigger data sets and have more better analysis, so that we can increase the threshold, improve the recall and all those different parameters. We can also integrate expert rules and other techniques used by other papers, right? And hopefully, we can use this to enrich the AROA database to have different aliases for the same affiliation and automatically enrich that database without manual intervention. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
AJOL, thank you very much. It's a really interesting demonstration of what can be done with the metadata that's provided by our community. So we'll move on to the final talk in this session by Ratna Manika Trisista from the University Islam Jakarta in Indonesia.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Ratna.
Okay, hello everyone. Nice to meet you, and thank you so much to the Crossref team for having me here. First of all, congratulations to Crossref on its 25th anniversary. Wait. Okay. It's really an honor to be part of this community highlight session and to share a little story from our side. So I would like to present our broader metadata story, improving citation visibility through reference linking. My name is Ratna Dominika Trisista, and I'm the managing editor of Reformasi Hukum Journal from the Faculty of Law, Universitas Islam Jakarta from Indonesia. So today I'd like to share how a single metadata setting, something that seems very small, end up changing how our journals were seen and evaluated, especially here in Indonesia. So, I believe that many journals in Indonesia used to face what I call a citation gap. As we can see on the screen, there's two graphics, states about Google Scholar citation and dimension citation. On Google Scholar one, our articles look very well cited because in 2024 alone, we have more than 120 citations, which made us feel confident about the citations. But when we look at the dimensions, suddenly the numbers drop. At first, we thought, oh, wait, what's going on? So this was more than just a curiosity, because in Indonesia, dimension citation data is actually used for national accreditation through systems called Sinta and Arjuna. So when the citation count is lower there, it directly affects how the journal is evaluated. So we realized something wasn't adding up. We had the UIs for all our articles, so everything should have worked fine, but well, not exactly. We soon discovered that visibility doesn't just depend on DOIs. It depends on how deep and complete your metadata is, and especially the reference linking part. So in 2024, we decided to do a little or small investigated. We did a metadata cross-check, article by article, and we found the missing piece. Our reference linking feature in OJS had never been activated. That meant our DOIs were there, but the metadata didn't include the reference link. So when other journals cited us, dimensions couldn't recognize those connections. and this station exists, but they were invisible. It wasn't a system error. It was not a Crossref fault, but it was simply incomplete metadata on our side. So we took action immediately. First, we activated reference linking inside our OJS and made sure that the XML deposits include all the right metadata fields. Then we validate every single reference to ensure that the Crossref DOIs were correct. And finally, we went through a massive back issue updates, redepositing all our past issues. But here's something interesting that we learned along the way. When we enable reference linking in our journal, it doesn't directly increase our own citation count. What it actually does is help other journals that we cite become more visible in the system. So what it actually does is help other journals that we cite become more visible in the system. And in return, our own citation depend on other journals enabling their reference linking. In other words, citation visibility is a two-way street. It only works when both sides of the connection share complete metadata. This whole process made us realize something deeper, that citation visibility is not a solo effort. It's actually a shared responsibility across the entire publishing community. If our journal enables reference linking, then our outgoing citation are tracked. But if the journals that cite us don't do the same, those incoming citation remain invisible. So really, it's like a network. Every node, every journal needs to play its part. And when everyone contributes a complete metadata, that's when the ecosystem becomes stronger, more connected, and more transparent. It's not just a technical issue, it's a matter of community practice. Now, why this is especially important for journals from developing countries like Indonesia? Because for us, metadata is not just a technical or administrative thing. It's actually a bridge to global visibility. Better metadata helps our journals move up in international rankings, yes, but more importantly, it lets our research be seen, cited, and valued internationally. When metadata is weak, local scholarship stay hidden no matter how good the research is. So I like to think of this way. So metadata equality leads to research equality. When we enrich our metadata, we give our researchers the visibility they deserve. So to wrap up our journey, we learned 4 key lessons. First, metadata quality is a key. DOIs alone are not enough. Depth and structure matter. And the second one, reference linking is powerful. It's small technical change, but the impact is huge. And the third one, collaboration builds ecosystem. Metadata only works when we all contribute. And the last one, better metadata means better recognition. Visibility changes how our work is valued globally. Or as we like to say at our journal, a single link can change how the world sees your research. So thank you so much for listening to our story, and once again, congratulations to Crossref on its 25th anniversary. I hope our story can encourage more editors and institutions, especially in developing regions, to invest in better metadata and to work together. Because when we all improve our metadata, our research becomes more visible, more connected, and more impactful. Thank you.
Ratna, thank you very much. It was a really interesting demonstration, a very practical demonstration of how improving metadata coverage has real impact for your publications. I think that's excellent. We have now around 10 minutes for Q&A. I can't see anything for the speakers in the chat at the moment, but I have a question that I think there's a common thread maybe through all of the talks that maybe each of you could comment on. And it's about metadata completeness and the impact that can have. And I just wonder whether you could each comment on whether there is any specific piece of metadata or anything that you think that Crossref members could be providing that you think will have the most impact on things. Maybe speaking from your specific discipline or region, or what you've seen in your own practice. Maybe we can start with, we'll go in the order that you spoke. Maybe Hans, you would like to come in on that to start with.
so the most impactful thing that Crossref members can do, that was the question, right, Martin?
Yeah, yeah, around completeness of metadata. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a rather difficult question, to be very honest. Yeah. So what we have seen actually in our small study is that that when it comes to OJS, there is quite some work to be done. I think that is also reflected in one of the in a few of the other pitches that we have had in this session also. So in our study, what we see is that for the 6 metadata elements that we have seen, OJS is consistently performing less well, and there is something there not only in how the system is used by journals, but also how the system OJS is performing itself. And I know, and we refer to that in our paper also, that there is a collaboration now also between Crossref and PKP, so I think that's very important, and a lot of improvement can be made by this collaboration.
Yeah, thanks, Hans. Yeah, it is a really important collaboration for us, and we're hoping it will see results in the coming years. Audrey, would you like to come in?
This thank you, Hans. What I'll say is that it's important that the kind of content that you add to your DOI is very important if you want to get the best results from the DOI. Yes, the kind of content, especially you can add abstract references. Those are the kind of content that gives more discoverability to article.
Yeah, thank you, Audrey. Yeah, Nurul, I was wondering for Nurul, maybe you're looking at new content types. Is there anything specific that you think you will be adding for those content types? Nurul, we can move on to AJOL then.
Yeah, so for us, when we're looking at least when we're doing the institute disambiguation, we noticed that there were a lot of first name and last name or affiliation which was missing, right? So this affected about 15 to 16% of the papers from India, right? So we're only looking at India. So sometimes what happened, first name was written in the last name, right? So last name included the first name, but was written in the last name, right? And sometimes right, it was not even either of them were missing. So I think especially for research integrity, it will be very useful if people do like use org ID or ROR ID, right at the registration, right? So that because doing it downstream, right, trying to figure out and doing all these AI models is kind of grabbing the ear in a different way. The easier way would be to have the right data right from the start, so that we don't have to do this disambiguation downstream. So yeah, but that is of course ideal world, and hopefully we'll get there soon.
Yeah, hope so. Ratna, do you have any comments? I mean, obviously you mentioned references. Is there anything else that that you think would improve the impact of the kind of ability?
Okay, thank you. But I think for now, I only found that this reference linking is really important for us so far, because it really reflects on our national accreditation journals in Indonesia. So it's really hard for us to achieve those good rankings because of the reference linking. We're not really activate on a lot of journals. So I really hope a lot of journal editors get more educated about the reference linking activation. That's, I think.
Yeah, thanks. And Nurul, did you want to add anything else? No. Okay. And we had a couple of questions in the chat that I jotted down. One for Hans was, I don't know if you can comment on this, but a practical question regarding workflows, about journals that are accepted for publication but are in issues that are not yet open, which can create logistical issues in OJS and similar platforms. Do you have advice on what publishers can do in that situation?
I'm afraid I have to leave that to the Crossref colleagues. I'm not an expert in that area. So,
I think it's rather a technical question.
Yeah.
I mean, what I can say is that it's perfectly possible to upload metadata for articles where the journal has not been published yet. I'm not familiar myself with OJS and the kind of practicalities of how exactly OJS works in that case. But I imagine that it's still possible to send the metadata even if the issue has not yet been published.
Yeah, can imagine. Yeah.
Well, would Mark Huskisson like to comment? I think Mark is from OJS. I'll give you a chance to respond.
Let me see. So Mark, I think, is saying that it's
okay. I think he's maybe not available to speak on the.
Okay, no. And I think Ginny also already answered the question. So I think Mark is making the point that it's not only the system, but it's also journal behavior. And I tend to disagree with him. It's partly true, but it's also really the system, and that's why it's so great that PKP and Crossref are starting this renewed collaboration to improve the OJS system.
Yeah. Okay, well, I want to say thank you again to everyone who's participated in this session. You know, we're really not, you know, Crossref does not exist without our members and without the broader community as well. People who provide metadata, people who use the metadata, and you know, that's why we're here. So yeah, I think we can wind up this session and move on to the next one. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Martin, and thank you all of our speakers sharing their community highlights. It was fascinating to see your work. And now I will, leave the space for Ginny Hendricks to introduce our panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cora, and thanks to the previous speakers for setting this session up so well with some really good examples of how it is to work with metadata on the ground in the real world. So we're going to take that conversation a little bit further. Introducing our panel, we have some photos and headshots on the next slide. So first of all, we have Bianca Kramer. She is the Executive Director of the Barcelona Declaration on Open Research Information. Bianca has been involved in open metadata advocacy for a number of years, involved also in the Initiative for Open Abstracts, and is one of the founders of the Declaration on Open Research Information. We also have Kazuhiro Hayashi, who joins us from Japan today. So thank you for joining it. Not the best hour for you over in Japan, Kaz. Kaz joins us from the National Institute of Science and Technology Policy, the Science Council of Japan, and has been involved in metadata and DOIs for many years, and was one of the originators of JStage, and we heard a little bit about that from another colleague at JST earlier this morning. We also have, and we're joined from Argentina by Mariangela Napoli, who is representing the National Scientific and Technical Research Council, CONICET, and also is affiliated with the University of Buenos Aires, and CLACSO, which is the Latin American Forum on Research Assessment. She's in particular looking at knowledge production in the humanities and social sciences. So it'd be really interesting to think about the research nexus and metadata in that context as well. We're also joined, our fourth panelist is Amber Osman, who, among many other things, is also a Crossref ambassador based in Pakistan, and is co-founder of Explore Open, and works very closely with a number of our other partners as well. So DOAJ, COPE, Creative Commons, Pre-Review, ORCID, and a number of other well-known and recognized players in the open metadata space. We're also fortunate to have a representative from UNESCO today, David Oliva Uribe, who is based in Belgium. He's a senior consultant there at UNESCO and advises global initiatives on open science solution, and helps people adjust and meet policy requirements in open science. So again, an important perspective there. And last but not least, we're joined by Dominika Tkaczyk, who is the Director of Technology at Crossref. She's leading a number of initiatives around how Crossref is playing its part in the research nexus. So welcome to everybody, and thank you again for bringing your time and thoughts and thinking to this. I will do a little bit of an introduction to what we consider the research nexus to be, to give a little bit of context, and then we're going to ask 2 or 3 of the panelists to give 4 or 5 minutes perspective before we move into some general questions and have a bit of a conversation. So the research nexus is Crossref's vision of a rich and reusable open network of relationships connecting research organizations, people, things, and actions. So we're building a scholarly record that the global community can build on forever and for the benefit of society. So this is our visual depiction of the research nexus. Around the outside, you see something familiar, which is a very broad depiction of the research workflow. So things start with funding, and then ideas are generated. There's posting and publishing. There's also community response, comments, citations, mentions, and things like that. And then there's the use, reproduction, and reuse of the research as well. So this is, in the middle, you can see all sorts of objects, so inputs and outputs of the research workflow. Hopefully, most of them also have persistent identifiers. They are necessary, but they are not sufficient. So once you've identified something with a DOI, or a contributor with an ORCID ID, or an organization or funder with a RAW ID, you also want to add context around those objects. So the relationships between them, how they are used, what went into them, who funded, how they can be reused. And much of this is possible. So this is the infrastructure, the system that Crossref is building, also together with our partners. But much of it either isn't used or we are not supporting it yet. So some of this is very aspirational. If you just pop to the next slide there, Cora. Thank you. So some of this is sort of aspirational. We're definitely going beyond just persistent identification for objects. We also want to expose more context, so even internal things that would traditionally be kind of private to Crossref. And we're also looking to enable multi-party assertions. So, of course, we get metadata from our members, but there is also the use of that metadata, and can we bring that kind of context together in the same record with different asserters. And yeah, some of it is possible. About 60%, we reckon, of these assertions, these kind of contextual relationships are possible. And some of it is definitely aspirational. So it's our vision of and keeps us focused on our priorities and how to move forward. So what I would like to do first is ask all the panelists in turn one fairly quick question, just so we can all hear your voices before we go to the presenters. So I'd like to ask kind of what sort of research information do you individually interact with in your daily work? Can I first go to, let's go in order. Let's go to Bianca. Is Bianca there?
Yes. Hi, good to see you. I'll answer that from a personal perspective. One type of metadata that I'm really involved in personally is abstracts. Because I do research on that, because I think it represents a very special form of metadata because it's both metadata and textual. So there are copyright complications that come into play. And because I think it's one area where we really see changes in how publishers also consider metadata and a threat for metadata to become more enclosed rather than more open. So I think it's a very relevant and interesting piece of metadata.
Okay, thank you very much. What about yourself, Mariangela?
Well, hello to everyone. This perspective from Latin America and specifically from humanities and social sciences are quite a bit different. We use extremely diverse information that has strong interpretative, contextual, and social component. It's different, and it's really even difficult here in humanities to talk about data even. We are not even agree what data is. But we can say that we use not just quantitative data, but textual, narrative, audiovisual, documentary materials, because we work with the human experiences, cultural practices, historical processes. So there's a really diverse instruments that we use as script notes, field notes, documentary, bibliographic inventories, interviews. This is, I think, the thing which is more linked with data. Meter-minute, text corpora, book paintings, other digitized artistic works, for example. So we often share and use this information through institutional repositories, regional collaboration networks, and open science projects. Although, of course, we have a really issue with sensitive with this because our materials are not merely instrumental. So we have another or a different debate or reflection on that. I don't know if I have time now to talk about the open access system that we have in Latin America, because I think it's quite different from the debate on Europe and North America.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Thank you very much. We'll definitely dig into more of that a little bit later. Amber, how about you? How do you interact with metadata day to day?
Yeah, I would. Hello, everybody. As a Crossref ambassador, I'm representing Pakistan. So I see my role as both as a bridge and as an amplifier, and connecting the global Crossref mission to local realities in Pakistan, and sometimes even in the wider South Asian region. And over the past years, I have worked closely with universities, editors, and policymakers to strengthen the open metadata practices and creating awareness about the Crossref infrastructure. That is from the DOAJ registration and site by linking to metadata enrichment and crossmark adoption. And through our regular trainings, collaborative workshops with the government of Pakistan, which is Higher Education Commission, and other partnerships through Explore Open, we have helped dozens of journals to improve their metadata quality and visibility. Efforts have directly led to increased discoverability and citation demonstration of how Crossref's open scholarly metadata is transforming the local publishing ecosystems. What makes I find this is an important point to mention here. The Crossref's Ambassador Program is a special program because it is creating a lot of awareness. And after being an ambassador for Pakistan, we have got an increment or increase in journals adopting the DOIs from Crossref. So we are trying to, embed the research nexus actually in our daily life, in our daily work routine. And yeah, this is how we are, adopting the open metadata practices here.
Yes, thank you for mentioning that. And thank you for your work in this area as well, as the same with all of you. Kazuhiro, are you able to unmute and give us your perspective on open metadata?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Kazuhiro from Japan. And when I was a publisher at the Chemical Society of Japan, I was a geek to develop metadata with XML for the full text, full text. And I'm now in the policy side to promote XML publishing for academic publishing in Japan for land societies or something like that. And also my expertise is open science itself to promote its policy making with Cabinet Office, Ministry of Science and Technology, and so on. And while developing open access and open science policy, I stress the importance of metadata sharing, open metadata sharing, together with the open access of journal article or the open sharing of research data. So that's my ordinary life to advocate metadata. Thanks.
Yeah. David, how is your role and UNESCO interacting with metadata on a day-to-day basis?
Well, I think we have a similar case that Mariangela, so we use different sources, of course. We have at UNESCO a platform for following open science policies, national policies, regional policies. But in order to populate that, we have to go into research information. Also, most of the work that we do for some of the parts of the portfolio, like open educational resources, open access, open data, of course, we have to conduct to abstracts, to current research, but I think in general we have to go through a lot of type of information that it's available. For us, making any type of policy recommendation is a research activity.
Yeah, thank you. Dominika, would you like to give your perspective from Crossref working with metadata?
Sure, yeah, of course. Considering the overall responsibility of taking care of the Crossref system, I would say that my perspective on this just has to be quite generic. So the short answer would be that I interact with a lot of research information pretty much every day. We currently have close to 80 different metadata fields in the system supported. And while not all might be equally important, I believe all contribute to our understanding of the research ecosystem. And taking care of this metadata, the quality, the completeness in so many different ways, that's a major part of our mission and was one of the reasons behind establishing the data science function at Crossref. Even from this very generic perspective, it is always very interesting for me to hear more about specific examples from others. What's important, what's the most useful.
Yeah, we can't have favorites, I guess, with metadata, although abstracts has already come up a few times. Okay, thank you, everyone. That's a good start. What we'll do now is we've got 3 prepared short presentations from Bianca, from David, and from Mariangela. So I think, Bianca, you're going to share your slides. So should we do that one first?
Yes, that's fine. And I think I'm not the only one sharing slides, right? Anyway, I decided at the last minute because it might provide some structure and it might also be useful for other people. So yeah, if that's possible. I can.
Yeah.
Do you see the slides?
Yes.
That's always useful. Yeah. Yeah, so I'd like to go a little bit into why we think at the Barcelona Declaration why open research information is important, why research information is important, and why the openness of that is important as two separate things. And then what we're doing within the Barcelona Declaration, specifically how the commitments in the declaration reflect that. So for this audience, I don't have to explain it, but it's something that we often have to explain when we talk with universities and with researchers, that when we say research information, we don't mean research data, we mean the metadata. It's very obvious here. Bibliographic metadata, metadata about funding, also metadata on impact like citations can also be included, but not the research data itself. And that's often bears repeating. And maybe as a bit of background, we decided to use research information and not metadata because metadata is often quite jargony. So that might also result in people not understanding. But as a result, we are sort of always have to explain this part of it. Anyway, why this is important? I think this was already mentioned also in the round of introductions and earlier today, quite some examples. But it's this information that's used in decision-making at universities, at funders, at governments, about strategic priorities, where to invest in, what type of research to fund, and thereby also in the evaluation of researchers and institutions. Also, it's the information used to assess the effect of policies by funders, institutions, governments. If a funder or an institution has an open access or an open data policy and they want to assess the effect of that, then what you do is you look at the publications or the data sets and you look at how many of those are open access or how many of those are open, how many of those meet the FAIR principles. And that's what you use research information for. So these two use cases, they really resonate with the whole discussion about changing research evaluation and responsible research evaluation. But there's a third use case that I also really like to stress, and that is that this is also the information that's used by researchers and societal stakeholders to find and assess research. When you use a bibliographic database, this is the information that's underlying that. So that's also a very important use case of metadata. So, this one's not animated. You get the full slides all at once for a change. So why do we think it's important that this information is open? There are a couple of reasons. When you talk about assessment and when you are assessing research as institutions, and you do that based on non-transparent evidence, that's what it says. It's non-transparent. It's not clear to the outside world what that assessment is based on. And it's also not necessarily clear to the entities that are being evaluated if they cannot access the underlying information itself. So we would say that fair assessment requires full transparency. And then also, if you're making decisions based on research information, be that decisions on funding, on strategic priorities, but also decisions on what information is out there and what to include in when you do a literature review, for instance. When you use sources that are biased, and often those are closed sources. A number of the well-known closed sources like Scopus, like Web of Science, they're selective. And that means that they're biased because they are selective. And that bias often means bias against less privileged languages, geographical regions, research agendas. Think about humanities that are often not included. So that means that you are not making decisions based on inclusive data. And we would say that equitable decision-making requires inclusive data. And then the last one is hopefully self-evidence. If we're talking about open science, if we're monitoring and incentivizing open science, and we use closed data for that, that's a contradiction. So we would say that open science requires open research information. Now, as you see, these are all pretty value-laden reasons. I'm very comfortable speaking from that perspective, but there are also other, perhaps more hard reasons. And one of them is economic value. Both like what you invest your money in and the choices around that. Also questions about digital sovereignty. As a university, do you outsource the information about what is your research output? Do you outsource that to other commercial partners that keep that closed? Or do you have control about that information? And we can have a long talk about AI and about the information that feeds into AI and to what extent open scholarly research information feeds more trustworthy AI. We won't have time for that now, but it might come up in the discussion. So all reasons why open research information is important and why it's important for the whole ecosystem, the scholarly communication ecosystem, to work towards that. For a long time, we've been advocating towards publishers as the most important way to make this happen. But we really felt and realized that it requires action from all actors in this space, including research institutions, universities, funders, and also governments and other organizations that evaluate research to really commit to open research information. And for that, we drafted the commitments in the Barcelona Declaration that are really about practice, making openness the default for the information you use and produce, requirements, working together with services and systems that support open research information and requiring that information from these services to be open, supporting those same infrastructures to make it possible for them to provide the open research information. And then finally, collaborating, because there's only so much that any one institution or funder can do. And by working together, it's both sharing the load, making a stronger statement, and hopefully lowering barriers earlier and quicker. So I think I would like to leave it at this for now, and hopefully that sets a nice basis for the further discussion.
Yeah, it really does. Thank you for that. We also had Barbara talking about the Barcelona Declaration yesterday, so that's another good recording to refer people to as well. David, I know we don't have you for the whole session for all of the discussions at the end. So would you like to give us your perspective now, and we can still have a little bit of discussion before you have to leave us?
Yes, sure. And I apologize for this. If you can share my my slides, I think you have them. So, so thank you very much for the invitation. I apologize really for having to leave a little bit earlier, but there are some commitments that change, and I apologize. But well, let me introduce the topic beyond open science recommendation, because UNESCO works really on a bigger umbrella as a United Nations agency. And this is something that we also presented in Tokyo last week on the United Nations Open Science Conference, where we address the perspective of what we call the open landscape. And what I want to show here is that over the last 20 years, the international community, and in particular the work that we have been doing by UNESCO and our stakeholders, we have been developing a coherent set of declarations, recommendations, and guidelines, especially as you can see here, that is connecting science, education, innovation, and digital cooperation. So each extreme that you could see here, open science, open education, artificial intelligence, innovation, and open solutions, are meant to contribute to a shared vision that knowledge should be treated as a global public good. So that means that it's openly available, that is interoperable, that is multilingual, and is governed in the public interest. On the science side, what we have seen, and you are very close related to the recommendation Open Science, but there has been a clear evolution from the Budapest Open Access Initiative in 2002 to the UNESCO recommendation Open Science 2021. So we have the Barcelona Declaration that we just we hear the nice presentation on open research information. For all these instruments call for transparency and open metadata linking all parts of the research process, no? But sometimes, for example, it is seen that the open education is a separate process from research, while they are very interconnected, and that's why we have to bring it. We wanted to present it together because they make a harmonious circle. And in the case of education, the 2019 recommendation on open educational resources and the 2024 Dubai Declaration highlight how open licensing and fair data make learning resources accessible, adaptable, and reusable worldwide. And this has a very clear relationship to open access. That's why we are creating this synergy under what we call the Open Solution Portfolio. So in parallel, at UNESCO, we have been working on different instruments that aligning artificial intelligence, but especially the work that we have do it within the United Nations on the digital public goods and the global digital compact frameworks. We want to ensure that the digital transformation remains human-centered and ethical. So this is one of the big topics that we are promoting. So together, these instruments form a single policy ecosystem that gives us a global mandate, not just to open access to knowledge, but how to connect it, how to link research, data, education, and innovation. So knowledge really serves equity, transparency, and sustainable development. If we can pass to the next slide. And of course, these presentations will be shared with everybody who wants it. So please feel free to do it. So when we talk about knowledge, so we want to express in a very simple idea how underpins much for UNESCO's work that knowledge has to be openly licensed, that it can move lawfully between research and teaching and learning. And on the open education side, what we see is that open educational resources give teachers and learners the legal permissions to use, to adapt, to translate materials. And this approach is anchored in the 2019 recommendation on OER, which calls especially for capacity building, for supportive policy, quality, inclusion, sustainability, and international cooperation. And on the research side, the open access to scholarly communications ensures, of course, that articles, data, and other outputs are available, especially what we are promoting in the recommendation on open science, is that has to be without paywalls and with clear terms for reuse. And the recommendation on open science, which all of you are very familiar, of course, promotes openness across the research circle and the public interest as a stewardship of knowledge. So what we want to present and our task is how together these instruments create a linked pathway. So research outputs can be discovered and reused in classroom. And of course, learning needs can inform new research, and openly licensed content can be translated, localized, and preserved. The result of having these two into account connected and really in synergy is that we can have a lawful, inclusive flow of knowledge that supports equity, multilingualism, but beyond lifelong learning. So one of the things that we have addressed is that in order to have excellent science, we have to have excellent education. And excellent people that it's educated under excellent criteria for educations, they will become excellent researchers. If we can pass to the next slide, please. Of course, one of the most important things in the digital transformation and that UNESCO has been very keen on promoting is the ROM-X principles, which give us a simple way to anchor digital policy and in rights and evidence. Many of you knows what ROM-X stands for. Well, it's about rights, openness, accessibility, multi-stakeholder participation. But this these dimensions allows to work on ethics, gender equality, and sustainability. And together they form an assessment scaffold that countries use to design, implement, and monitor digital policies. In the case for rights, what we look is at privacy, data protection, freedom of expressions, and also here, for example, open systems must protect people as well as information. In the case of openness, we are talking about lawful access to information. Also, this gives priority for publishing models that can be free of walls for authors and readers, data and knowledge supported by open licenses and interoperable standards, because the part of the standards is very crucial in order to have a real knowledge that can be shared with everybody, you know. And the part of accessibility, of course, we want to assure that there are means for everyone to participate, to include persons with disabilities, and especially for speakers for non-dominant languages. This is one of the big challenges that we see at UNESCO, the multilingualism part. The multi-stakeholder participation in this case ensures that governments, academia, civil society, and the private sector can co-create solutions rather than they act isolated. So again, what we want is what to express is that with using ROM-X principles together with open research information is a practical way that help us to check whether the metadata and the infrastructures can advance in rights, enable access and reuse, and of course that include all communities, and that this is governed transparently and trust clear principles, and especially with measurable progress. So if we want, please we go to the final slide. I think we need another maybe another click so we can see all the information. No, okay. So so here is something happened but is missing. But actually, what we wanted to say here is that for global knowledge, we are rested on different principles. The principle of equity, where open solutions treat publicly funded knowledge as a public good. When publication and reuse do not depend on the ability to pay, the participation can be really wide and can value return to society. We also foster integrity, so clear rights and source information on every output make knowledge traceable and verifiable, and especially this strengthens research quality and supports responsible use of automation and artificial intelligence. And we also promote sustainability. That means that it's shared open infrastructures should be put in place. Repositories, identifiers, preservation and discovery will reduce costs, reduce duplication of efforts, and especially minimize environmental impact over time. Inclusion, which is had been discussing in the previous slide, of course, multilingual and culturally relevant pathways will really need to be working to ensure that people can find, adapt, and contribute knowledge in their own languages and contexts. One of the parts that we discuss also is how it is important to understand that knowledge is everywhere and can be generated by everyone. So this is a very important value. But the most important message is that we cannot do it if we are not collaborating. So collaboration is the key, so we can have partnerships among governments, universities, libraries, nonprofit, publishers, communities, and how open ecosystem can move from principles to a daily practice that can be established. So I hope that this opportunity to share what UNESCO is fostering, of course, within the big umbrella of open science and the recommendation of 2021, but beyond that, the big umbrella about having knowledge as a real public good. So thank you for the time, and I'm still here. I have to go in 10 minutes, and I really apologize, but you have my email, and we will be happy to come back.
Yeah, we'll definitely have some follow-up conversations. But before we say goodbye to David, thank you for that. We're going to give the floor to Mariangela, who also has prepared a few minutes from your perspective. Thank you.
Okay, well, hello. As I said before, I want to present something different from the perspective of Latin America and humanities and social sciences specifically. So I think I'm going to reflect on two levels, maybe what happens inside our local communities, to talk about what researchers actually think about open metadata and about open science from our disciplines, and then to talk about how this discussion is now taking place from a local perspective, and how Latin American open access can discuss with the international system. I think there's two different levels to reflect. So first, I would like to say something I think you all know, that in the field of Latin American humanities and social sciences, open access, specifically when talking about publishing and open metadata, is something that we have kind of embraced. You know that most journals here have adopted open publication models without charging fees to authors or readers, and are mainly supported by public universities and research organizations. Latin America has an extensive background in open access journal publishing. We work with open information from repositories and open networks such as Claxo, Cielo, Redalic, Latindex. So this model is possible because of the public funds that journals receive from national or institutional budgets, resources to be managed by most scholarly publishers such as university presses. These are the most important. So publishing practices in Latin America are quite different from those in Europe and North America. I think this is something important to highlight. And these infrastructures, which of course are not perfect, that we need to continue and working with that, but they are the result of the public policies and cooperative efforts that understands knowledge, as David said, as a common and a public good. So this is something I wanted to highlight because we have already embraced this open access system. And for our local communities, especially, as I said, for humanities and social sciences, it's not like a problematic or something like an issue, because unlike, for example, natural or biomedical science, where the debate focuses here in Argentina on the costs and restrictions imposed by large commercial publishers, in humanities and social science, we have a different way to validate knowledge. It's different. That's why our ways of knowledge productions are different. Our materials and methodologies are different. Our assessment also is different. So in humanities and social sciences, because of their epistemological and methodological characteristics, our circulation of knowledge is usually oriented toward local and regional audiences. This is something really different. So academic assessment does not only depend here in Argentina and in local communities on publication, for example, in high-impact international journals. So that kind of reduces sometimes pressure to adhere to these global discussions in open science without contextualizing what happens in our countries, in our region, and the disciplines. So I think this need to be we need to focus when we talk about open sciences, open metadata, even what we understand, as I said, as data for humanities is problematic. So of course that we believe that it's important to have open repositories for sharing research, and that we can use them to build databases, to do some quantitative analysis that we, of course we do. But maybe when we talk about working with metadata, we're limiting, or here the discussion is that we are limiting ourselves to study maybe publications. We're talking about journals, book, preprints, as only single or main object of study. So in my experience here in Argentina, this field of study is different. We reflect on other topics because our research methods and our research subjects involve working with other type of materials, and because we do other things apart for publications. We are not only worried about publication. That's why maybe working with metadata does not constitute it's kind of a minor field study here. I can tell you that's from social sciences and even humanities, but not because it's not important. It's because, of course, we do another thing. And as I said, because we have demonstrated that our publishing model is sustainable, that our data is already open, we don't have to pay for publishing. So I think we are in a different discussion in Latin America. And we have another issues, of course, and challenges, as I say, to of course improve in our research ecosystems, which is really different from the North and the Europe ecosystems. We have a lot of asymmetries that we need to, of course, to discuss. But we, of course, we have another challenges. For example, now we are asking in humanities and social sciences in our field, in the CTS field, well, who reads papers? This is a really question that we need to use when we talk about impact and the utility and the use of knowledge. Well, okay, we work with metadata. We need to be metadata to be more open, but well, who reads papers? How we can define an utility model for knowledge production, specifically in humanities and social sciences? How we can link, as I think Bianca and David were saying, what we do with public policies. So we are in this maybe in a different debate in Latin America and in our disciplines. But of course, there's another dimension, and I'm going to finish with this, is that something different is to talk about our place, the place of our Latin American ecosystems in the international circuit of publication and in the international debate on open access and open metadata. Because maybe one question, and then I finish, and we can continue with later, is how to insert, or how does our model, which is alternative to the dominant commercial model, our Latin America model, how does our model insert in this international system? How can we talk about epistemic justice when we are working together, when we're working about this Nexus, the interoperability? So we have a lot of challenges, not only to talk about inside our academic cultures and how we understand open access, open metadata, and even what data is, and how can we use it to our communities, but also how Latin America, which is the Latin American place in a panoramic view in the international system, without losing our ideas. I mean that we understand knowledge as a common and public good, and that we have another alternative model to the dominant economic and commercial model. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a super perspective, reminding us of the importance of, well, from all three of you, the importance of thinking about how metadata is designed and guided in different parts of the world for different audiences, and thinking of the kind of the bigger picture of why we need metadata to advance knowledge. We're going to move now to a question around the challenges that each of us see in bringing this research nexus together. So we've heard about a whole suite of policies and guidelines and declarations. Crossref is playing its small part in trying to run a system that helps lots of different stakeholders do that. And I wonder if we can hear from some of the other panelists about the challenges that you find or see in when you're talking to people about your work day to day, or talking to people about the Barcelona Declaration or the suite of open policy guidelines from UNESCO. What are we hearing are the barriers or the challenges to open metadata? And could I ask Amber first? It'd be great to hear your on the ground.
Yeah, thank you so much. What I see, because recently we had a workshop, capacity building programs, and there were editors at large, different publishers and universities. And the main challenges that we sought was the capacity, the understanding, consistency, and culture. I hope you can hear me, because I'm receiving that internet lag here, so I'm sorry about that. So the main challenges we saw. All right. The main challenges I feel are, I believe, are capacity, consistency, and culture. Because here, many institutions, they lack trained metadata staff. And the thing to the culture shift, that they think that it's a technological aspect to have DOI membership, DOI registration. So they find it difficult to adopt the open metadata practices. And here, still standards are not yet reformed. And still here, academia still rewards publication count over the metadata quality. That is a very important aspect here. And what we try to do to overcome this challenge is that we promoted a Crossref sponsorship model, which has become one of the benefits of adopting Crossref. And through that sponsorship model, many universities are able to adopt the DOI. They are minting DOIs now. It has become very helpful for them to adopt the open metadata practices. But still, like if we have 254 universities in Pakistan, we have 254 more universities here, but public universities can have over 26 journals, and private universities can have over 10 journals. So not all journals have the adoption of DOIs, but we are gradually moving towards, and increase in adoption of DOIs, but still there's a cultural shift. They lack the metadata training here. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Kazuhiro, how about from your perspective, and maybe also from the perspective of Japan, how do if we're talking about journals in particular, how do the journals of Japan think about open metadata, and culturally and technically?
There are various kind of issues around utilization of metadata in Japan. First of all, not so many scholarly journals in Japan has XML data, and they are heavily relying on JStage technologies. And secondly, how can I say that? So, if technology is ready, but you know that, yeah, as the previous published just said before, that Drucker's quoting, culture eats strategy for breakfast. So that even we have a technology strategy, but current culture sometimes is against that. So that I actually have spent more than 20 years to advocate for open access, open science, and with metadata exploiting. So these kinds of things still I'm challenging. And on the other hand, when I had a seminar with JStage in the old age, I said that metadata must be unsung hero, because when we see the Macintosh or iPhone, we are confident with using that, and there are tons of metadata IDs underneath, but users can't recognize it. That's a good state. So for users, metadata must be unsung hero. So that's a big issue for us to handle or cope with that structure, not problem, structure issue.
Yes, thank you for that. We also heard, I think, from Mariangela as well, that metadata is sometimes seen as too technical. It's something for somebody else to think about. It's, the word metadata wasn't even used by the Barcelona Declaration. We also heard that from Bianca. Yeah, maybe Bianca, could I come to you about the challenges when you're talking to organizations about adopting the Barcelona Declaration for open research information? What pushback are you getting, and does it differ around the world as well?
I think it differs around different countries, maybe not necessarily regional, sometimes like this. One of the pushbacks we get are just about the idea of what does signing a declaration mean. There's declaration fatigue, that's one aspect of it, but also whether this constitutes a legal obligation. So we are very keen to stress that this is aspirational. So it does mean signaling an intent, but it's not necessary for organizations to already meet all the requirements before they sign a declaration, or by signing the declaration, they commit to not using Web of Science anymore, for instance, although we would really like them to, of course. But that's one thing. On a practical, from a practical angle, one thing we also hear is sort of doubt that open infrastructures are already complete enough, are good enough to use for purposes. And I usually go back to saying that if we all wait for open infrastructures to magically overnight become good enough before we move towards them, then then that's not going to happen, because it requires the investment and the commitment also from the users, both to use them, to show that it's important, also the financial support, also the support in improving the quality of the data. So it requires work, and it requires work of the whole community. So those are some of the discussions that we're having.
Yes, definitely. I think we unfortunately weren't joined by our colleague from Africa today for this discussion, but I know they might say also that, and my own experience visiting members in Ghana earlier this year was certainly, your comment about it does rely on the users in practice. We really heard the repeated question, how can open metadata, how can DOIs, how can Crossref help us get our journal listed in Scopus? And it's such a thing that we don't hear in Europe anymore, or North America. So yeah, culturally, it's just really interesting to think that that's still a sort of a challenge for many journals that want to be more globally recognized. Let's move. Maybe we've touched on that. Maybe a little bit of the cultural barriers and challenges around metadata. What about the, I guess the technical ones? Like, as you say, we can't just wait for all of the open infrastructures to magically be 100% perfect and complete. Dominika, could I ask you to say something about, what we hear at Crossref we have 23,000 members. They use so many different tools to try to create and use open metadata. What kind of challenges are you seeing from the tech side?
Sure, yeah. Well, yeah, from my perspective, it has to be more technical, right? I would say, from what I'm observing, one big thing I would like to mention that I think is relevant is just scale. I talked about it a lot yesterday during the data science session, and I think it's very much relevant to this discussion as well. We have witnessed such a rapid growth of pretty much everything within the last couple of decades, and the scale makes just so many things much more difficult. And I'll mention just two very kind of broad examples of what is difficult in the context of building the research nexus. The first one is just simply assessing how far we are in this journey, how close to some sort of a perfect situation we are. Because the perfect situation cannot be, every research output has every one of the IT metadata fields attached, right? Because that's not really the case. This wouldn't reflect the reality that well. But the scale makes it very difficult for us to understand what those percentages should be. We use tools like participation reports, and we try to, we talk with members. We try to measure that, that coverage of metadata fields. We try to explain why that's important, and we try to kind of lower the barriers of filling those gaps by our members. But we don't even know exactly how to measure how close we are to the perfect situation. And then the other thing is, I believe the other example would be dealing with historical data. So what we do as a community, we, every now and then we would introduce a new type of identifier. We will start identify a new thing. We start talking about new types of connections between things. We saw that in the context of ROR and lately with the grant linking system as well. But it usually comes after many, many years of collecting data that is very much unstructured, messy, not machine readable. And so at that point, it is, because of the scale, it's really very difficult to kind of go back and kind of backfill and clean up all the mess, all the historical mess that was already kind of, it's already around. So like I said, we saw that in the context of ROR. We introduced a new identifier that was great, and the registry for research organizations. But then we still deal with a huge gap, so many unstructured affiliation and other assertions that are not properly identified. With grant linking system, similarly, with a lot of historical data around funding information and grants, and that is something that we have to try to fill over time somehow, but the scale makes it much more difficult.
Yeah, thank you. Very, very good examples. And the scale just keeps on growing, even though we know not all the journals, like Amber was saying in Pakistan, for example, not all the journals are at this stage of even creating, and also in Japan, they don't all have the ability to create XML, or maybe they are reliant on JStage, a particular technology. Could we lean into this a little bit more on the technical side, dealing with scale and also adoption and adoption and encouragement? How can technology and specifically automations play a role in helping to make the research nexus, the scholarly record, more complete? And how are each of you thinking about automation of open metadata? Is it already playing a role? How can you see that helping? And I would come to Mariangela, please.
Okay, well, maybe I'm going to retake something that I already said about some previous statement about what is happening in Latin America. This week is Open Science Week, for example, in Claxo. And this topic has been really, really interesting. But I'm not going to talk about maybe some technical details. I'm going to talk about what I was talking about, epistemic justice, and what happens with automation and the IA, which is really incipient here in Latin America, to talk about that. And I was talking about also about the ecosystems, the research ecosystems, and the asymmetries between our north and south. So that's something really difficult for us. We think, of course, that automation can facilitate the information management and access. But in the global south, we must be aware of the risk it possesses in terms of reproducing some structural biases. We think that artificial intelligence, of course, and algorithms that classify or translate metadata tends to favor, for example, English. And that was something that, for example, David was saying about multilingualism and hegemonic formats and institutions in the north. So for this reason, we need to warn of the need for automation with technology sovereignty, which is something that is really difficult for us, as I say, because we assume that we have asymmetries in our research ecosystems. So it's kind of difficult for us. But we're still working of trying to understand the technology sovereignty based on free software or these rational infrastructures, the multi-epistemic criteria. And there's a question that I heard yesterday from Eduardo from Redalic. How are we going to let IA, for example, use our open data? Because we have already in Latin America, we have our open data, we have open access, but I mean, how our data is going to circulate? Who is going to use it? This could be like appropriation of that. So we think that automation should serve to strengthen the open science and inclusion, but not to further obscure maybe our local productions or to widen the existing technological gaps. This is something that we want to focus. And to reinforce these processes of technological dependence and, well, ultimately to undermine any attempt of technological sovereignty in the region. So I think we need to, of course, to improve or to work on our own infrastructure. This is something, of course, to talk about our local asymmetries, as I say, and in each country. But we need to, of course, to generate our tools of IA in our local Nexus and from our Redalic and Latinx institutions, and then try to talk about what happens in the international field. So this is what happens all the time when we talk about how we can integrate to the international system, but without losing our independence and our critical perspective. And of course, something that is really important is that, well, I didn't say, or I tried to say it earlier, is the thing about if we have already have our data open, we cannot let that everyone use it without maybe talking about sovereignty. So I think that this is something that we've been talking in this week in the Open Access week. So I wanted to share it with you.
Yeah, I think that you're right, that the openness, you know, of course, sounds ethical and much needed, and we're all for it. But with open metadata brings potentially different incentives and different feelings about maybe protection of our assets. Bianca, can I come to you and your thoughts in this area? Do you welcome, I mean, I guess Mariangela talked about the kind of the use of the open metadata, but there's also the aspects of the production of it and the sharing of it.
Yeah, many thoughts on that. Reflecting back to what was just discussed, I sometimes liken this discussion to, we also have this discussion about use of open content in general that we have been having for a lot of years. Discussion about Creative Commons, discussion about opening something up for general use or restricting from commercial purposes. And I sometimes feel that this is now coming to the fore with AI, and we're sort of having the same discussion on steroids, and also reaching researchers for whom this has not been really relevant, or who have not been feeling this is relevant, and now are feeling this is really relevant because it impacts the use of their output. So that's one observation. I think another thing that we're seeing is that metadata are becoming more valuable as training material for AI, and that can also have some other effects. And again, coming back to abstracts, what we're seeing is that abstracts are valuable training material, and we see publishers now becoming more restrictive in what they allow for the abstracts to be open, even going as far as to getting abstracts taken down from open research information interfaces, like OpenAlex, where Elsevier and Springer Nature have made abstracts for closed articles be taken down. I can also imagine it plays a role in what publishers are willing to deposit to Crossref in terms of metadata. So I think that's very concerning and something we should really be on top of. And another very practical thing that we're hearing from a lot of repositories, for instance, or disciplinary repositories also, is that their materials that are meant to be open, that are intended to be made available for use, are now also massively harvested for AI purposes. And even apart from the ethical considerations, there's very technical implications of that, because it's often shuts these services down. It's just a very heavy load on the system. And if that results in those services taking measures to protect them from that technical threat, that might also inadvertently close metadata down that were intended to be open. So just some additional observations to what we're seeing here. But I should also say that I think having good quality scholarly information available as sources for AI applications is very important. So the use of open metadata for these applications in itself, I support, taking into account Mariangela's remarks, of course, about the concern, also existing concerns around that.
Yeah, maintaining independence and yeah. Dominika, could I ask you to give your thoughts on automation of open metadata?
Always. Well, I would say from my perspective, I 100% welcome automations. I talked about the scale, and it's I think automated processes it's almost like we don't have a choice anymore. I think we have to integrate automated processes within our workflows. And I mean, one great example I still think is how we can fill those big gaps in the metadata, and especially considering the volume of the historical data that we have to deal with. Strategies like metadata matching and extractions from unstructured sources. Because of the scale, we have to do these things in automated way. And those strategies can be very powerful and can help us fill in a lot of gaps fairly quickly. And we've already been doing that. We've been doing that for literally decades at Crossref. So far we've matched automatically over 1 billion citations to DOIs. We've matched more citations that were deposited by our members. That means that if we never did that, the on average the citation counts would be half as what we see now, right? And that metadata would not be complete enough. Would be far from that. And there are more gaps like that, and more places where we can do so much more. I mentioned affiliations. We could have processes for matching those to RIDs. There's funder information. We could also match funding information to RIDs for funders, and also to grant DOIs. There are connections between preprints and journal articles that could also be filled in by automated processes. So the possibilities are there. At the same time, I will say that I do believe we should treat this with a very high level of responsibility and caution. Mariangela mentioned, and Bianca already mentioned, several sort of doubts and worries related to automated processes, and especially AI, and I absolutely agree with all that. There are all sorts of considerations around quality. Just because we use automations or AI especially does not mean that it's going to be accurate, that the metadata introduced or discovered will be correct. So we should be very careful about that. People mentioned openness. I will add explainability. These solutions can be quite opaque and kind of function as black boxes, and it might be difficult to explain their behavior, which might be a problem. Flexibility, it's not always easy to sort of adapt those strategies to changes, and we can get changes and they can actually happen very quickly. Mariangela mentioned bias. It's absolutely there as well. So yeah, just to sum up, I think we should do that. We should continue exploring these possibilities, but use those approaches in a very responsible and way, and be very careful about this.
Thank you. Yes. I wish we could talk about this particular question forever because there's so much more to dig into there. But in the interest of time, we have only, I think, about 8 minutes left. I wanted to maybe take us back to how policies can affect change, really. So we have this question around can metadata serve changes or reforms in academia, and are we seeing that taking effect, and to what degree? Can I ask Amber to start?
Yeah, I believe that yes, it is gradually transforming a shift in reforms in our region as well, because the focus, as I mentioned earlier, about that here in our region, they focus on publishing, publication count, then over the quality, just for, tenure, promotions, and other benefits. But now when we talk about open metadata, now we have open science in practice. So as it has been mandated as well by our government Higher Education Commission, so we are seeing a change in reform. We are seeing a shift from where we publish, from how our work is being connected and collaborated, and how it's being impacted. Because before, and still some percentage is relying on the impact factor journals. But now, since the increase in open science work, in open access journal work, in Diamond Open Access Journals work, we see that there has been, trust in open metadata services and collaborations. and more recognition is being given, because there's more research visibility. We see an increase in citations and credibility internationally. Besides the other notions about predatory journals, predatory practices, that's another game as well. But like we're talking about the automations with the use of AI. So these are the things we are looking at currently, and in our region as well, we are having this sort of practice. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. What are you seeing in Argentina or Latin America more widely, Mariangela? Certainly open science, certainly open access is fully embraced in Latin America. They were first, I think. How about other reforms in academia in thinking about, openness of the research information?
Yeah, I think that's something that Amber mentioned before, is that, of course, when we talk about openness and open science, we tend maybe to continue talking about publications and publishing, but I think that it's important that to serve changes and reforms in academia, we need to visualize maybe another kind or type of knowledge which is sometimes not considered as academic. For example, artistic knowledge or some other research information, addressing what I said about, for example, humanities and social sciences. And also to talk about how can change in our academia with open access, it can help us to generate, for example, information for public policies. We are really discussing that. Open science, citizenship science, what can we link, what we do, and how this information is open, but it can be actually linked to society. I think that now we are really discussing the ideas about the usefulness of knowledge, which is, as I said, really difficult to discuss it for humanities and social sciences, because we have another, as I say, epistemological and methodological problems and ideas that how to intervene in society, how can we think about useful knowledge, talking about that our knowledge is artistic, we talk about cultural practices, we talk about interpretation, and another, as I said, epistemological ideas. So I think that we are discussing now in our academia how open science can help and can be linked to this idea of citizenship science. And the different outcomes, not only publications. That's something that is really now, we're really discussing now. But this is as far as I say, in our field, sorry, in our disciplines. But as far as participating in academia among the ones who defend open science, and as I said, in the international map, we think that open metadata is a transformative tool if it's guided by, of course, public policies. And I want to highlight again the epistemic justice, because it can provide you Latin American production, because sometimes when we talk about our open journals, they tend not to have the same quality that the other journals. So this is something that we're talking about also. As I say, raise the profile of these national journals in the international context, and to enable a more contextualized and socially relevant assessment. This is something that is quite related, and it's another topic that we're talking about: open access, citizenship science, and to change the assessment. But as I said, if measurements modeled from the global north are adopted uncritically, metadata can reinforce existing asymmetries, consolidating linguistic, disciplinary, or technological hierarchies. So I think that the key is to use metadata to democratize scientific communication, and it can be a tool for empowerment if managed in a particular manner, and to discuss these external standards that are imposed sometimes. So we need to continue talking about this epistemic justice in Latin America.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I'm being told we have to wrap up very soon. We were due to finish in 1 minute, but I would like to hear from everybody, maybe a very short, what one thing or body could make a real difference in building the research nexus in open metadata. Kazuhiro, what one thing would you like to see change?
One thing. So may I share just one slide?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, here is a recommendation from Science Council of Japan, and I was a chair of I am still a chair of this subcommittee to provide a recommendation for next science and technology basic plan. And here I draw this picture. Literally, this is equitable to the research nexus of Crossref, I believe.
Right.
And for visualizing research activities and their contribution to society, we have to put the PID for every item of researches with metadata as an unsung hero, and that and together with AI technology, we can have an international context to have a multi-dimensional recognition of contributors, multi-dimensional research analysis of research output, application to research evaluation, application to research integrity, and finally applications to research promotion. So that's my
That's amazing. So the one thing is adoption of all of the persistent identifiers, linking them together. That's great. Amber, how about you? Really short, one thing. Or we could ask Bianca.
Yeah, of course, all the players, the whole ecosystem. But if I would highlight one, I would say that it would be really helpful if governments would also include this in legislative legal requirements. So, and we actually had a motion on that in the Dutch parliament a couple of weeks ago that just didn't make it, but I thought it was very promising that this was put forward as a motion to require metadata of publicly funded research to be openly available and public institutions to use open metadata. So more of that, please.
Thank you so much. Of course, it can't be short. There's so much to talk about, and all of you have raised even more, food for thought. So we'll be summing up, maybe doing a little write-up on the blog or something like that. But I just want to say thank you so much for spending time with Crossref today on our 25th anniversary celebration, and for all of your support and roles in the community, of course, in helping to kind of build this whole system. I won't be wrapping up, but this section, this panel is now concluded, and so I'll hand over to Ed Pentz, our Executive Director, for closing. Thank you again.
Yes, thank you, Ginny. So really just to wrap up quickly, a huge thank you to all the speakers today and yesterday. We heard from Crossref staff, members, people from the community, and it was great to also see the satellite events that were happening in a number of different locations in Indonesia and Kenya and Spain, and we're having some get-togethers, also a small get-together in London and in Washington DC as well, and a couple of locations had cake, which I'm a little bit jealous of. I don't think we're having cake, but I think what it represents is that Crossref has a large global community, and to see that in practice, so to hear from the speakers of the practical impact that Crossref is having, on research and research discovery, and connecting that to the UN development goals and improving the human condition worldwide, I think is really great to see that, and just to see the commitment that and connection that so many people have around the world to Crossref is really impressive and really heartening to see, because of course when things started 25 years ago, I don't think anybody was expecting to have over 20,000 members, 175 million articles, but the whole concept of the research nexus and the scholarly record and playing such a big role there. And so anyway, I've just been really blown away by everything everybody's contributed, and hearing about the plans we have going forward as well, and the analysis that people are doing. So it's not just about so starting off with this concept of we just want to link some references and some online journals, and then it's grown and expanded, and that's because luckily we were founded with an ambitious mission. And I think there's the two things for me has been sort of the journey to openness, because I don't think people realize maybe that when Crossref for the first decade or 12 years, the metadata wasn't open. You had to be a member. You could get a free account, but you still had to register for an account. And until our REST API came along, the metadata wasn't open. And with the principles of open scholarly infrastructure, that's really made a big change. And so now we have references and abstracts and all the other metadata that's available. So I think the openness is really critical. And then also just globalization. You can see from the talk yesterday that Amanda gave, just in terms of Crossref staff and our members, I think particularly in the last 10 years, that's really accelerated, and it's really continuing. So just want to say a huge thank you to everybody who spoke, to Crossref staff, to all the people at the satellite events and our ambassadors who continue to do great work, but also to thank particularly Cora, who's been running the meeting yesterday and today and doing a lot of work, and also Rosa, who has done a huge amount of work to pull everything together, and also the great timeline video that we saw yesterday and today. And we'll be sending out a link to that, probably not right away. We want to do a little bit more polishing maybe of some of the audio commentary, but it looks great. So it hopefully shouldn't take us long to do that. So yeah, so I'm just very pleased to have had this successful event over the last couple of days. So anything else from anybody? Cora, do you want to say anything? Any final words?
Yeah, well, thank you everyone, especially the 79 people that have been with us till the end, and to all the speakers, and thank you all for participating every day, registering your metadata, using the metadata that is there, talking to each other about metadata and how it impacts or influences your work, or maybe doesn't. Again, maybe that's maybe the relevance hasn't been yet discovered, and it can be an improvement as well. So thank you so much, and it's been such a pleasure to put this event together and to host it today. I hope you've also enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thanks everybody. Have a good day, evening.
Thanks everybody. Hope to see you online or in person someday.
Thanks all.